they gon' do her easy. What it do? I be coming through, and my the screw. I'm the truth. Who the f are you? I be getting loose to the roof. Come to the roof. I didn't do me too. Y'all lame. I don't fuck around. It be going down. Make a sound. We can touch around. Beat it to the ground. I go hard. Super hard. Right and down. Mix them both together. Watch me go it all down. They full of lies. I will not ignore it. They won't get the glory. Pull it hard. They say use a raw. Fabricated scores in the dog. You play with the board. That is that your tour. The evil. We do not believe it. Like we on that lead. And bro, you already know. I be on them neck pros. And my wrist gang got me with a code on the road. All I do is show tail on my clothes. And if you think I'm broke, you can keep your mouth closed. I bet you won't. 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 And I will be back when it's time to die.
Good evening and welcome to Bob Sang Stadium here on the Highlander Mountaintop for tonight's matchup between the Martinsburg Bulldogs and your Huntington Highlanders. Huntington High School is a non-smoking campus, and the use of foul language and the throwing of objects is prohibited. Thank you, and enjoy the game.
Good evening. Bill Cornwell bringing you a big game in West Virginia high school football tonight. Danny Mayo's along with me tonight. The Huntington Highlanders and the Martinsburg Bulldogs doing battle up here on Highlander Mountain here in Huntington, West Virginia. And in Danny, it is so not typical what we're facing tonight. Not only do we have powerhouse programs in West Virginia 4A football who are 0-1, they didn't score last week. Both teams made mistakes, just not typical of what we expect to see from the Bulldogs and the Highlanders.
Exactly, Bill. And another ironic thing is that both of these teams opened the season up playing against an opponent from another state, with Huntington High playing Oakland out of Tennessee, and Martinsburg opening up with Camden, New Jersey. And the only difference being that Huntington High was on the road and they took their beat down from a good Oakland team that 4 out of the last 5 years has been state champions in Tennessee in Class 6A class. And then, of course, Camden, New Jersey come to Martinsburg, which was very unusual for the Bulldogs to take a defeat on their home field.
And you got to remember, where is Camden, New Jersey? Well, it is right across the Delaware River from Philadelphia. There are a ton of athletes in the greater Philadelphia area. You know that, and you know a lot of them there at Camden, New Jersey. There have been a lot of good. I know that school's famous more for maybe basketball than it is for football, but still, they were loaded, and they came in and they did a number on the Bulldogs in Martinsburg last week. And again, it just shocking that there was not even a point scored by either of those teams. And both coaches, Billy Seals and Dave Walker, will tell you that there were just too many mistakes. Also, they both hinted, we could have done a better job getting our guys prepared for those opponents who were really, really good. So, there's been a lot of soul searching. There's been a lot of preparation going on this week, and they hope to put a better product out on the field. And again, this is a kind of a game that's going to get a lot of eyes watching throughout the state of West Virginia. Well, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back and talk a few other pregame thoughts right here on the Kindred Communications Gridiron Network.
Digital and the Marshall Health Orthopedics High School Sports Network proudly present live high school football, presented by the Marshall Sports Medicine Institute and sponsored by the City of Huntington Highway Safety Program and Jason Elkins State Farm.
Mr. Cooper, we have an emergency at a middle school.
Thank you. Board office, will you activate the crisis team? This is not a drill.
In Cabell County Schools, we are ready, alert, and aware.
At Food Fair, you can count on our local delis to have fresh and delicious options always available, like our best-in-town fried chicken. Stop by one of our convenient locations to get this weekly deli special while you're at it. Food Fair, conveniently fresh.
Calendar notifications, emails, texts. These are all distractions. They take your attention away from the road, away from stoplights, sudden braking, and unexpected hazards. Distracted driving is dangerous to you and others. And if you're caught with a phone in your hand, it will cost you a minimum of $100, or even worse, it could cost a life. Keep yourself and others safe on the road. Put the phone away, or pay. This message is brought to you by the West Virginia Governor's Highway Safety Program.
Trey, you've got to get it together.
No matter where you are in life, Mount West Community and Technical College, it's a step toward your future.
Trey, welcome to Mount West.
We provide the hands-on support you need with classes that fit your life.
Nice job, Trey.
At Mount West, we know you by name.
Directed by Brian Knoll, Bill Cornwell and Danny Mayo here in Highlander Mountain, preparing to bring you all the action as the Huntington Highlanders are hosting Martinsburg Bulldogs. Both these teams looking for a first win on the season. Right now we're going to take another pregame break. When we come back, we'll get ready for the kickoff, the coin toss, and get it underway here on Highlander Mountain.
Trey, you've got to get it together.
No matter where you are in life, Mount West Community and Technical College, it's a step toward your future.
Trey, welcome to Mount West.
We provide the hands-on support you need with classes that fit your life.
Nice job, Trey.
At Mount West, we know you by name.
Trey Matthews.
Because here, you're more than just a number. Mount West Community and Technical College, because you matter here.
Going out? Hungry? Have kids? Looking for a fun, casual joint? Then Roosters at Pullman Square in Huntington is the place to be. Bring the kids 12 and under on Tuesdays, and they eat for just 99 cents all day long. That's right, an entree, 2 sides, and a drink for less than $1. Plus, Tuesday at Roosters means a featured appetizer all day for just $2. Roosters will lighten your mood and not your wallet. And you can always enjoy your favorite sports on Roosters 40 TVs. Roosters at Pullman Square in Huntington, a fun, casual joint.
Become a member of LIUNA and train to become a union construction worker.
I was greener than green coming into this. The trainers were amazing, and I told them, I don't know what I'm doing. And they were just super great about taking it slow and making sure I understood everything and got the book work before we did the hands-on so I could do the hands-on safely. It's going great. I got to get paid to do something that I enjoyed doing. I got to work with my hands and learn all kinds of new things. If you can be in a union, be in a union. They're going to take care of you. They're going to get you where you need to be.
Welcome back to Huntington High School on top Highlander Mountain, just outside the main portion of the city of Huntington. Bill Cornwell and Danny Mayo here. We're here to bring you all the coverage as the Huntington Highlanders, Martinsburg Bulldogs are getting ready to do battle. We got the coin toss, a veteran officiating crew tonight, headlined by Kenny Hand, is going to be handling this game. And you couldn't ask for a better one. Kenny's done a lot of games, Danny. So.
Yes, and he seems like he's a familiar person that does a lot of Huntington High games. I talked to Kenny before the game, and used to officiate football myself, and did a lot of games with Kenny. So he considers this a home to him.
Again, both these teams did not score last week. Huntington loses to the power out of Tennessee, out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee, Oakland High, and then it was the Camden, New Jersey team coming to Martinsburg, and they shut out the Bulldogs. And it's amazing. It had been for almost 3 years since Martinsburg had lost a home game. Martinsburg had not lost the season opener nor been under 500. They're 0-1, obviously. They'd not been under 500 since 2016 when they lost to Woodson of D.C. 26-24. That's who they play next week at home is H.C. Woodson.
They still have the series going there.
They have the series going. Actually, back in 2016, Martinsburg started 0-2 after they fell to Sharando, Virginia. So they certainly don't want to fall 0-2 tonight, but they got a big chore to try to do this against a Huntington team that, to be honest with you, Danny, I think is quite motivated. I think they were a little bit embarrassed about the way things went down there at George Rogers Clark against that team from Murfreesboro, and I think we're going to see a lot better. I mean, and the one thing about these two teams, although it's early in the season and, you're still getting kinks out, they're loaded with talent.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when you look out on this field tonight, you and I both know just from reading the papers and looking at scores that there were no points scored by either one of these teams last week. But tonight may be a completely different story. They may need to be replacing light bulbs on the scoreboard because I can promise you that both squads have athletes on both sides of the ball, and I expect for it to be, just a high-scoring game tonight.
Well, the Bulldogs won the toss and they defer to the second half, so they're going to be kicking off. And deep for Huntington will be Andreas Reese. And doing the kicking for the Bulldogs will be Cody Page. And he's one of those rare things in high school. He's actually listed as the kicker. It's not a sideline. Pretty good kick to Reese. He gets the ball at about the 1 yard line, and he finds some room. He is over the 30, the 40, the 50. He's into Martinsburg territory. 30, 20, And he is finally brought down inside the 20. Big-time start for the Highlanders, Danny.
Certainly what Coach Seals had ordered, and
wow.
You can't start the ball game any better than that. What a great job by his special teams right there.
I mean, and on the other side, Coach Walker of Martinsburg will not be happy with the way his guys covered because the seas parted.
Yes, they
in the
did.
middle on that kick. So here come the Highlanders, and they're starting in pristine territory, about the 16-yard line, 1st and 10. Coming out, Tavion Wilson, an unbelievable athlete. In the backfield is Mayshawn Okonkwo, and it's a handoff to Okonkwo, and he's going to take the ball inside the 15 to the 14, so give him a couple. And stop there by Coy Fagan, who's quite a familiar person. Fagan, of course, an outstanding player last year for the Bulldogs. And here comes 2nd down and 8. Wilson from the shotgun, or actually more from the pistol. And it's another run for Okonkwo, and he gets away from one tackle, takes it inside the 10 to about the 8. And Okonkwo is only a couple of yards away from a 1st down or 1st and goal. And Danny, that was nice blocking over on that left side. They did a good job of sealing the edge of the Martinsburg defense.
Yes, they did, and Mayshawn did a great job on first contact, keeping those legs driving and getting those couple extra yards after, putting Huntington High in a good 3rd down situation.
Ball's actually on the 7, 3rd and 1. Kind of a split backfield. Trayvon Okonkwo's in, but it's a keeper for Tavion Wilson. He takes the ball down inside the 5, down to about the 3, maybe the 2. It is 1st and goal, just like that, for Huntington High.
Yeah, Huntington High really loaded up on the right side of the formation that time, and they did a good job of blowing the Bulldogs off the line of scrimmage.
And I got a feeling we're going to see Tavion keep the ball a lot tonight because he has a lot of confidence, and Huntington has a lot of confidence in what he can do with his athletic ability, his skill level. Already a commit to the Clemson Tigers. He'll be a wide receiver down in Clemson, down in Death Valley, but here he's the quarterback. So 1st and goal, ball's at the 3.
They changed it up.
They did. This is Dante Newsom, and Newsom gets on the right corner. It is a touchdown. There is a flag on the play, though, so let's see what the officials have to say. But right now, and I think they're going to bring it back. Illegal procedures to call against Huntington.
I think they had too many men in the backfield, not enough on the line of scrimmage.
The old 5 men in the backfield.
Yeah, that side judge threw that just as soon as the ball was snapped.
So move the ball back to the 8. It's going to still be 1st and goal. It's just they're going to have a little bit longer field to deal with. Let's see if they keep Newsom in there, quarterback, or do they put Tavion Wilson back in there? Newsom he's got some wheels, and that's a pretty sweet little idea. Now, it actually it's still Newsom, and it's Max Bourne in the backfield, and that is not a good play for Huntington, as making the play for the Bulldogs is DeJuan Woodson, and Woodson moves that one back about 4 yards to the 12, so it's going to be 2nd and goal at the 12. Man, Huntington was all set up, 1st and goal at the 3. They thought they were in there for 6.
Again, those mental mistakes. I know we're only in game 2.
But that was a killer for them last week. Believe me, Billy Sills was adamant about that. They had to eliminate that this week because it was killing them last week in the game down at George Rogers Clark. So 2nd and goal at the 12. And that is Trayvon Okonkwo. And they lose the ball. Tavion Wilson is able to get it back. The ball was smacked forward. Or smacked backwards. Okonkwo lost the ball, but at least Tavion Wilson is there. So after great play. First and goal. This has been a disaster, Danny.
Yes, it has. It looks a little disorganized right now with their offensive setup, but they've done a great job of getting the ball down, like you said, to the 3-yard line, but now here comes the mental mistakes.
Now they're third and goal at the 15. You would think this would be a test of their passing game here, and they do have some guys that could go out and catch the ball. And it is Wilson who gets a touchdown on that throw.
Looks like his target was Andres Reese.
Andreas Reese, the guy who had the big kickoff return to set him up down deep in Martinsburg territory. Andreas Reese, he battled some serious coverage to get that touchdown. It is 6-0 Huntington over Martinsburg. So they were able to recover from a pretty disastrous situation. On to tip the extra point is Bennett Wemmer. And Wemmer gets it. And it is Huntington, the 9:04 mark, a 7-0 lead over Martinsburg. We'll be back for the kickoff here on the Kindred Gridiron Network.
Become a member of Liuna and train to become a union construction worker.
I never knew anything about the union. A friend gave me the application to be an apprentice. When you come to the center, you're getting paid while you learn. They expect for you to come in green. They start from the bottom and they build everybody up to a certain level. I really think it's a good opportunity for somebody, especially if you're young. The union is a place that can help you start your career, start your life, give you a little direction to where you want to go, and you can build off of that.
It is 7-0. Huntington leading Martinsburg 3 minutes into the game up here in Highlander Mountain. Bennett Weimer getting ready to kick off for the Highlanders. Deep for Martinsburg is Boston Todd and Kevin Myers. So we get ready for Weimer's kickoff. And this is kind of a poocher. And it is handled by Ty Ricketts. And Ricketts is brought down after only about a 2-yard return by Bryson Stewart. So certainly not the kind of field position that the Highlanders started. Martinsburg will put it into play at the Bulldogs, I believe, 32.
Well, that's the effect you get from that little pooch kick like that. Number one, you're keeping it away from their speed deep. Number two, you're getting height on the ball and giving your coverage team time to get down and make tackles like that. Good job by the special teams there.
Brian Dick is the quarterback, and we have a flag on the play. And it is an illegal procedure call against the Bulldogs. Kevin Myers was the running back on that play, but back him up 5 to the 27.
Well, on first down, and now you're playing behind the change, which I'm sure Coach Walker isn't a fan of.
No, and of course Huntington's defense, you know, having that 7-0 lead, you know, they're fired up right now. So Dick is the quarterback, making his call. Again, 1st and 15 at the 27. Got a man in motion, and we got another flag. And it's another
procedure?
Probably another false start. This has got to be, I don't know how many hairs Coach Walker has, but if he has a few left, he's probably pulling them all out now, because now they're 1st and 20 at the 22.
Well, I know he's been in the coaching business for a long time. He's been in it long enough to look like me.
Of course, Coach Walker, this is his second stint at Martinsburg. He took a few years off to head down to Concord to coach the Mountain Lions and decided to head back to high school. So now 1st and 20.
And they're moving again.
And they're moving again. And it was over on, if I was looking correctly, it looked like about 2 guys on the right side.
Yes, sir.
I mean, they are just absolutely.
Guard and tackle on the right side came up out of their stance.
And there's no excuse because, Danny, it's not like it's noisy here.
No.
It's pretty quiet. So they're back now to the 17. They've lost 15 yards in penalties, and it is 1st and 25. I mean, they're just falling right into like Huntington's trap here. All right, here's a handoff to Boston Todd. Todd is a fast one, and he gets over on the left side and gets over the 30 to about the 33. So he got about 16 yards in the back right off the bat.
On one play, that's a good start.
And that right there is I would call a base play. If you've seen Martinsburg over the years, as you and I have seen them many times, that is a base play, just running that kind of a speed action, speed sweep. All right, the big guy in the backfield with that carry, that is Terrell Cofield. Cofield not quite as many yards, gets a couple up to about the 35. They may give him the 36. So it'll be 3rd down and 6 coming up for Martinsburg.
Yeah, Huntington High did a great job. Those guys up front are taking on those blockers, keeping them off the linebackers and allowing them to flow into those A and B gaps. That was some tough yardage that time for Cofield.
Cofield still in the backfield with Brian Dick. It is 3rd down and 6. Ball at the 36. And they get the play off, and Dick rolls out, and he makes a completion. Nice play there by Boston Todd. So Todd made 2 nice plays in the last couple of plays. So they got themselves out of the hole pretty quickly, Danny.
Yeah, and he's doing a good job with his quarterback there by letting him come out on the edge and rolling the pocket. And nice catch that time by Boston Todd.
So the Bulldogs have the ball at midfield, 1st and 10, and they've gotten themselves out of a hole. They were down 1st and 25-17. The Highlanders couldn't keep them back. And now quarterback Dick, he's got a roll for a 1st down, takes the ball inside the 40 to the 39. That is a gain of 11. And just like that, the Bulldogs are on a roll.
And that's the way both teams are capable of. Once they get a series going, they seem to get on a roll, and that snowball just gets bigger.
They do. They just get a lot of momentum rolling, and that's just the way it goes. All right, the signal is brought in from the Martinsburg sideline, and they got the play. Quarterback Brian Dick looks at his wristband there. Gets the signal, gets the play called. And he's got to throw and tried to get it into Christian Irving. And Irving, he went maybe a step too far downfield, or they could have maybe had a play. What wasn't necessarily the nicest throw.
I was going to say,
Dick.
You could blame either one there. Yeah. I don't know if he ran his comeback route too deep or whether quarterback just made a bad throw.
That wasn't back shoulder. That was more like back of your leg. So not a good play there. 2nd and 10, though, ball at the 39. Martinsburg driving on their first possession. And Dick's going to throw a screen and missed tackle. And we got a late flag on the play. And once again, the very talented Boston Todd handles that one.
I think it's coming back, though.
That was a flag right at the end of the play. I don't know if it's a dead ball foul. We'll wait for the signal from Kenny Hand. It is blocking the back against the Bulldogs. So it is, and the lateness of the call, Danny, it kind of makes you think it was probably a receiver. When that call comes that late, that is what is usually happens. Somebody trying to sustain a block, and they do a push in the back.
And in Coach Walker's playbook, he likes to throw a lot of those tunnel screens and bubble screens, and it allows for things like that to happen off the edge.
So 2nd and 20 now, ball back to the Huntington 49 as Martinsburg takes their time. 6.5 minutes left to go in the first quarter. And here's the play. Dick straight back to pass, looking downfield, a long one. And guess who he was going for? The guy who's been his target all day, Boston Todd. And Todd couldn't come down with it. Give a lot of credit, though, to Huntington. You had 3 guys back there. You had Andreas Reese, you had Dante Newsom, and you also had Ethan Goodson back there defending that play well. So it is 3rd and 20 at the Huntington 49 for the Bulldogs. Can they sustain this drive? This is a big challenge for Huntington to get Martinsburg off the field on this play. And play clock down to about 5. Taking their time. Straight back to pass for Dick. And now he's got to run. And he is brought down. Making the play for the Huntington defense is C.J. Quinn, assisted by Trayvon Okonkwo. That was a gain of about 7. So it's 4th down and 13 for Martinsburg at the 42. And, Danny, they're going to go for it, I would believe. They are.
You're in no man's land right here. So, Coach Walker, what's he got to lose
Might
right
as
here?
well. Just under 5:50 left to go in the first quarter. And it's a quick kick punt. Danny, that's an old school play right there.
I've seen Coach Terry use that several times.
And that went down in the end zone for a touchback, so Huntington will have the ball 1st and 10 at the 20. Yeah, that was pretty old school right there. I'll tell you somebody who I remember actually doing that in a Marshall uniform a couple times was Chad Pennington.
Did he?
They ran that a couple of times with Coach Larry Keck and Coach Bob Pruitt. So I remember that happening a couple of times.
But things like that, Bill, you mentioned that in Chad Pennington. Obviously, we know that's at a different level, but think about it, being the head coach, how comforting that would be to Coach Walker to know that your athlete at quarterback can do things like that.
He probably has that in the playbook at Lexington Sayre, too, where he's the head coach.
I'm sure he does.
Exactly. All right, Wilson with a keeper, and he throws a little quick pass there.
Threw a shovel.
He threw a shovel, and I tell you what, Danny, he was really close to the line of scrimmage.
Yes, he was.
I mean, like inches.
Pretty neat play that they got drawn up there, though, because he had an option back to pitch it to, and then he had the little shovel pass in front of him.
Got 4 yards or 5 yards, 2nd and 5. The ball is on the 25. So that worked out. Again, it was kind of close in legality. So 2nd down. Wilson gives the ball to Mayshawn Okonkwo. Okonkwo gets the ball for about a yard, close to 2. Well, they're going to give him a yard, depth to the 26. So it's 3rd down and 4 for Huntington. And so Huntington again has Mayshawn Okonkwo in the backfield. Also in motion is Dante Newsom. And they try to get the ball on a quick pass out on the left edge to Antonio Pascal. Pascal not able to handle it, so it's going to be 4th down and 4 for Huntington.
Martinsburg did a great job that time dissecting that screen pass, the way they were setting it up, and did a great job of covering him.
So Bennett Weimer's on to punt. And a guy we've seen a lot of this game, Boston Todd, is deep for the Bulldogs. 4:29 left to go. First quarter, 7-0 Huntington. Nice punt by Bennett Weimer. And Todd gets it at about the 35. And, boy, he's hard to bring down. They still haven't brought him down, and he is on the loose. Weimer can't bring him down. And he is going to go all the way in for a touchdown. And really a tough play for the Highlanders. There were a lot of guys that had their hands on Boston Todd. Could not bring him down, Danny.
Well, I know that that obviously was a concern of Coach Seals and his staff coming into this game, especially after last week. Huntington High had a punt blocked for a touchdown. They had a punt return and I'm talking about Oakland,
right,
had a punt return, a kickoff return, and from looking at film, they were concerned about Martinsburg's special teams play. They were that good.
Yeah, that was about a 62-yard return for Boston Todd. We have an injured, I believe that's a Huntington player, and it is a Huntington player.
Drayden Barber looks like to me.
We do have the number. It is 32, and it is indeed Drayden Barber, who is a running back linebacker, a junior for Huntington. And they are a bunch of guys as far as medical staff out there around him.
Not sure what happened, but I do know that he immediately removed his helmet, and they started waving. And like you said, we've got a number of medical staff out there over top of him.
Huntington's been blessed. Justin Ross has been the trainer out here for 2 decades, and he is an excellent trainer, and plus they get a lot of support, like a lot of the schools here in the Huntington area, from the Marshall Sports Medicine Institute. So,
yes, sir.
And he is up. That's good news. Again, we can't really. Let's see if they have. He's walking
on his own.
He's certainly favoring. Got a little bit of a limp going, but he is walking off on his own. So that's some good news for Drayden Barber. But he is coming off slowly. It's not like he ran off the field.
In the meantime, what a run by Boston Todd on that.
Oh, I mean, and again, there were opportunities to bring him down, and guys just couldn't get a hand on him.
Multiple missed tackles.
Yeah. So getting ready to kick the extra point for Martinsburg is Cody Page. The holder is Brian Dick, quarterback, and the kick by Page is good. So 4:10 left to go in the first quarter. We have a tie. Huntington High and Martinsburg tied at 7. You're watching high school football on the Kindred Communications Gridiron Network.
Enjoy all the big games with a delicious and fresh party tray from your local food fair. Score big with a meat and cheese or veggie tray. Get a first down with a chicken salad croissant tray. Or bring home the win with a variety of wing trays. Food fair, conveniently fresh.
Attention, Mountaineer Challenge Academy graduates. Specialized free training programs are available for you. Learn more at wvjobchallengeprogram.org. Another challenge for a better future.
All right, another good kickoff for or return, that is, for the Huntington Highlanders. Andreas Reese, he gets the ball up to about the 28-yard line, and he was hit hard.
He was hit hard by Ty Ricketts, but I think Ricketts took the worst of that.
I mean, that was a collision. Huntington's not starting where they started the game, eventually scoring a touchdown. So 4:04 left to go, first quarter. And the Highlanders have it 1st and 10 at their 28. 7-all between these usual titans of 4A football in West Virginia. Tavion Wilson, the quarterback, and he gets the ball to Okonkwo. Okonkwo gets a couple of yards up to about the 29, near the 30. I believe that was Mayshawn Okonkwo, and it was. Mayshawn's not a very big guy. He's quick.
He's not a very big guy, but I'll tell you what, Martinsburg's front guys have a lot to do with this. Yeah. I mean, Huntington High is not winning that battle on the line of scrimmage right now.
Mayshawn Okonkwo, 5'9", 170. I guess he's the scat back. Flag on the play, and the play is stopped as Wilson threw a pass to the right, and another illegal procedure, again, this time against Huntington, And that's going to move it back to the 25 and make it a 2nd and 13.
Yeah, again, I think the procedure call is the formation that Huntington High was in. They had too many guys in the backfield, and I've been watching the college ball in week 1, and I'll tell you what, they're throwing a lot of flags this year over that formation, and whether they're on the line of scrimmage or lined up in the backfield.
You can only have 4 in the backfield, no 5. So it's 2nd and 13. Shotgun for Tavion Wilson, and he's going to pull it down and run it, and he's going to get 1 yard up to the 26. Nice play there by the Martinsburg defense, and you said they're kind of winning the battle right now. Looked like Kane Whip made that play for the D for the Bulldogs. So it's going to be a 3rd down and 12 for Huntington as we go under the 3-minute mark in the first quarter. Unfortunately, anticipating some rainy weather, maybe even some stormy weather here, but hopefully we can get the game in a timely manner this evening. So 3rd and 12 coming for Huntington. Shotgun for Tavion Wilson. And he's straight back to pass, and he's facing a little bit of pressure, trying to throw a screen pass to Mayshawn Okonkwo. He had 3 blockers in front of him, but Okonkwo and Wilson just couldn't make a connection, Danny.
3 blockers against 1 defender. Chances were that would be a big play for them, but it just the timing and the pass was just a little too high for Mayshawn.
All right, Weimer's in to punt for Huntington, and Kobe Walker is deep for the Bulldogs. So it is not
Boston.
Not Boston, yeah. And the rain is started here. A lot of umbrellas going up. Pretty good punt by Weimer, and it's going to roll. It is fielded by Walker, but he doesn't go very far, and the Highlanders bring him down. Leading the charge on the coverage was C.J. Quinn. So 2:22 remaining in the first quarter. We're all tied up, Huntington and Martinsburg, 7 apiece. And for some reason, we just had a flag thrown really late.
I think that may have come in. I did see a Highlander go flying through the air. I think a Martinsburg player may have hit after the whistle.
Well, here's our call. It is a I guess he.
I can't tell.
I couldn't tell if he called it. The signal that was made was almost like the targeting, but I think it was personal foul, but they're going to move it back 15, and this means that Martinsburg is going to be starting way back inside the 20, and they're going to put the ball down at 17. So they go back from the 32 to 17, and that's where the Bulldogs will have it, 1st and 10. Ryan Dick, the quarterback, joined in the backfield by Kevin Myers. They backed him up some more, Danny. They're back at the 13. So 1st and 10 at the 13 as the rain falls here at Huntington High School. And oh my goodness, and that's going to be a safety as that snap
never got off the ground.
Never got off the ground. And that's a tough play for the center. The center is Mason Wally for Martinsburg, and he never got that ball snapped. And really a smart play by quarterback Brian Dick. He knew he could not make a play with that ball rolling around in the end zone, so he just slapped it over the back, and that is a safety. Huntington takes a 9-7 lead with 2:17 left in the first quarter.
makes you wonder whether or not the elements are starting to
maybe
have an effect on that ball.
Pretty good rain coming down right now.
I'll tell you what, that ball didn't come off the ground, and
Nope.
it shot like a cannon.
It did, and this is when you need these your equipment guys and your ball boys to do a good job of protecting the football, keeping it as dry as possible. So we're getting ready for the free kick by the Bulldogs. And Cody Page will be doing that. We'll see if he's actually kicking off the tee or punting. This is a good opportunity maybe for Huntington to have some good field position, Danny.
Well, it appears that he's going to be punting.
Deep is Andreas Reese. And he kicks it high, pretty short, and almost a mess there. You had 3 Highlanders going for the ball. A fair catch signal was given, but they come down with the ball. No one fumbled it. And great field position for Huntington. They got the ball just short of midfield at the 49 of Huntington.
You know, certainly, through the week you practice all of these game-like situations. I'm not certain that was exactly the way Coach Seals and his staff had designed it, but you had 3 Highlanders, and as you said, the kid that made the reception there was the kid that gave the fair catch signal.
So 1st and 10, Huntington 49 for the Highlanders, hoping to have a good drive here at the end of the first quarter. And they give the ball to Trayvon Okonkwo, and Okonkwo takes the ball into Martinsburg territory. Nice run of about 4 yards to the 47. It'll be 2nd and 6.
Nice pickup, nice push that time.
Nice push,
Huntington
exactly.
High's front.
There was nice work there on the right side of the offensive line for the Highlanders. Under 2 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Shotgun, Tavion Wilson. And Wilson throws the pass, and it is complete. Ball was caught by Walter Oden. And Oden gets the ball down to the 40-yard line of Martinsburg, and that is a first down, a 7-yard gain. And if Oden could have kept his feet, it could have been more.
I think you're starting to see the effects of the weather out there.
Exactly. Still pretty good rain coming down. So 1st and 10 at the 40. And Wilson. Oh, man, big run for Trayvon Okonkwo. And Okonkwo takes the ball down to about the 28, maybe the 27, gain of 13 on that play. And again, running over that right side of the line.
I was going to say, the credit's going to the running back on that play, but he had a hole, I believe, that anybody could have ran
nice
through.
Hole.
Nice push.
You and I could have run through that hole. Maybe.
Backwards.
Maybe. Backwards, yeah. So 1st and 10 at the 27. Under a minute to go in first quarter. Huntington trying to extend its lead. And on that play, that was Trayvon Okonkwo again. And he gets a couple down to the 25.
It appears Coach Seals has found him a horse to ride right now.
This could be the final play of the first quarter as we get down about the 30-second mark. Huntington leading Martinsburg 9-7. Each team a touchdown and then a safety given up by Martinsburg on their last possession. So 2nd and 8. And it is Wilson looking to do some option, but he keeps the ball and takes the ball down to about the 23, maybe the 22. And that's going to do it for the first quarter. And Huntington, you got to be happy. A 9-7 lead over Martinsburg as the clock reaches 0. We'll take a break. 9-7, Huntington over Martinsburg. Back for the second quarter here at Huntington High School on the Kindred Communications Gridiron Network.
Going out? Hungry? Have kids? Looking for a fun, casual joint? Then Roosters at Pullman Square in Huntington is the place to be. Bring the kids 12 and under on Tuesdays, and they eat for just 99 cents all day long. That's right, an entree, 2 sides, and a drink for less than $1. Plus, Tuesday at Roosters means a featured appetizer all day for just $2. Roosters will lighten your mood and not your wallet. And you can always enjoy your favorite sports on Roosters 40 TVs. Roosters at Pullman Square in Huntington, a fun, casual joint.
Everything begins with water. From our cool mountain springs to the winding streams working their way through the hills and into our rivers. Just like water, progress starts small with a vision, a plan, and an impactful project. Because when we invest in the foundation, we build stronger communities. The Thrasher Group. Building stronger communities together with you.
Bill Cornwell and Danny Mayo back at Bob Sang Stadium at Huntington High School. And the Huntington Highlanders, the homestanding Highlanders, up 9-7 on the Martinsburg Bulldogs. Both teams had impressive drives. Martinsburg had a longer drive, but Huntington, they took advantage of the opening kickoff, getting it all the way down inside the 20. And Huntington's threatening to score again, holding this 9-7 lead. Ball's at the 22. And it is 3rd down and 4 as the rain keeps falling here at Bob Sang Stadium. A little bit extra blocking in for Huntington. Here's the snap back to Wilson. He's going to run it all the way. He gets on the edge. He's over the 20, 15, down close to the 10. And that was a run all the way for Tavion Wilson. And let's see where they put this ball. It may be 1st and goal.
Yeah, he needs to think he's running back to that side. Did a great job of getting his hips turned and getting that Martinsburg defender sealed to the inside.
And it is not 1st and goal. It's about a half football length to the 10-yard line. So it is, they can get a first down.
They can get a first.
They can. So not 1st and goal, but 1st and 10 between the 10 and the 11. And Wilson gives the ball to Trayvon Okonkwo. Running over the left side this time. Gets down to about the 7, so close to about 4 yards.
Any coach can live with that.
Yeah, this is the kind of football that Billy Seals likes. He likes his team to run power football and run. Emphasis on running the ball.
Well, it's more or less making a statement or asking a question. How good are you?
And it gives a break to his defense, too, who's really under stress against this talented Martinsburg team tonight.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, Okonkwo, he's untouched. Touchdown for the Highlanders. A 7-yard run by Trayvon Okonkwo. Danny, he was absolutely not touched.
Whatever in-game adjustments they have made up front, you're getting the holes to where the running backs aren't being touched. And what a great job by the guys up front that time.
Bennett Weimer on for the extra point. Luke Christian's doing the holding. Christian gets it down. There's Weimer's kick right through the middle, and it's good. So we're a minute into the second quarter. Huntington, a 16-7 lead on the Martinsburg Bulldogs. And you are watching and listening to the Kindred Communications Gridiron Network.
It's me, Wednesday Addams. Your life just took a dark turn. I regret to inform you that I have devised the meal of misfortune with Wendy's. It's pure torture for your taste buds, with 4 nightmarish dips of dread. Don't waste my time asking which ones you'll get. You must surrender to your fate. Enjoy the anguish.
Back at Huntington High School, 11 minutes left to go in the first half. Huntington 16-7 lead over Martinsburg. Bennett Weimer getting ready to kick off for the Highlanders. Deep for Martinsburg is Kobe Walker and Michael Dillard. And here is Weimer's kick, a little bit low. And it's going to be filtered on the bounce, but missed by Kobe Walker. And he is in trouble. And Huntington does a good job coverage-wise, knocking down Kobe Walker at the 11. Good hustle, Danny, by Huntington there on that kickoff
C.J.
coverage.
Quinn down there on that coverage.
C.J. Quinn, who's already made several plays tonight.
Yes, he has. He was their leading tackler last week against Oakland.
So a real hole now for the Bulldogs, down 9 points. And they have to go 89 yards to get a touchdown, get a little closer in this contest. So Dick back in at quarterback, working with a lot of rain, and the play is stopped. Flag coming up. And it looks like we have another procedure penalty. And we do. And, you know, to explain what we were talking about, Danny, a lot of times the penalty of too many guys in the backfield is where a lineman doesn't line up on the line.
Yeah,
they especially if sometimes when there's a pass play, a lot of guys try to get a early start and they kind of fan out and they don't line up on the line.
Especially that tackle that's on the open side, and he tries to fan out and pick up an edge rusher.
All right, here's a run by the Bulldogs by quarterback Brian Dick. And Dick does a pretty good job of getting he gets all the penalty yards back. And as the rain picks up, ball's now at the 16. So they got 10 yards on that play.
And, you know, when you look at last week's stats, I mean, Dick had almost 100 yards rushing and 100 yards passing, so he's capable of doing both.
And now we have another flag. And it's another illegal procedure. And I hope you can tell by the video, it is raining hard right now. It is. There's a lot. Now, it looks like it just eased up a little bit, and hopefully that's the case. But, again, mistake after mistake tonight for Martinsburg. Trailing 16-7 near the 10-minute mark in the second quarter. And they're back to where they started the drive, back at the 11-yard, Danny. 11-yard line.
And, you know, this is one of those games where I wish I would have been tracking the penalty yards so far because they've got a ton.
And it's another keeper by the quarterback, and he is on the loose. And they're having trouble bringing him down finally. Quarterback Brian Dick is brought down by Andreas Reese, and Reese grabbed hold of 1 foot and wasn't going to let go because he about got the loose, Dick did.
That was all he had a hold of, and, you know, give a quarterback credit.
He picked up 9 yards on that play. It's a 3rd and 1. So a good situation for Martinsburg if they don't get another penalty here.
Absolutely.
Or fumble or something like that. And it's a bad snap. Unbelievable. And finally, quarterback Brian Dick, he almost didn't grab that ball. That was almost a fumble recovery inside the 5. And it's almost like we were prophetic there, saying what's going to go wrong for them. Well, it went wrong.
I don't know who's to blame there, whether it was a bad snap by your center, but the guy that was in motion that time came across Woodson,
that was
and he
DeJuan
slowed
Woodson,
down right in front of the quarterback, and then the ball was snapped. So I don't know who you blame there.
So Cody Page is going to have to punt around the goal line, and Huntington's got a chance to have outstanding field position again inside Martinsburg territory. And this is one where certainly Huntington would like to have a return, and now we have a whistle blow. Delay of game?
Must be.
It is delay of game. a messy, I would say rugged game played so far by Martinsburg.
This is what you see in game one.
True. You're supposed to improve from game one to game two.
Game one to game two.
And there's the punt, and it is not handled by Page, and it is brought down at about the 43-yard line. Andreas Reese, of course, was deep, but
and we got a play off without a flag.
Hard to believe. So Huntington, although they didn't get any kind of a return there, still got great field position here. 1st and 10. Ball is placed on the Martinsburg 42. Huntington already up 9 points, 16-7. 9:09 left to go before halftime. When we get to halftime, Danny and I will check the old scoreboard and got some maybe talk a little bit of what's coming up on the college front tomorrow. A lot happening here in our region. Some good games. So Highlanders looking to build on this lead in outstanding territory here. And here's a sweep coming up, and it didn't work very good that time, maybe a yard. On that handoff, it was Dante Newsom. Newsom, a quick guy, a guy who's really talented, but there was just too much traffic with the Martinsburg defense on that one. They get a yard.
A lot of contact in the backfield when he took the handoff. He did a great job of getting some, it may be a little, but he got positive yardage out of that.
So the ball's down at the 41, 2nd and 9. 8.5 minutes left to go before halftime. Newsom in the pistol, and he is going to hand the ball. And pretty good run there. And that was the smaller of the Okonkwo's. That was Mayshawn. And Mayshawn takes the ball down for about a 5-yard gain close to the 36. So it'll be 3rd and 4 coming up. Very manageable 3rd down. No doubt 4th down territory if they don't get the 1st down here.
Oh, certainly going to be a 4-down territory.
And also, Billy Seals is loving this because they're running a little clock now too.
You're keeping their offense off the field as well.
You're keeping their offense off the field. Of course, they're kind of keeping their own offense off the field the way it's been going here. So Wilson and Okonkwo, and a pass kind of low, but it is complete and no gain on that play. Walter Oden was the receiver there, and unfortunately for
another flag.
Yeah, late flag. Unfortunately for Tavion Wilson, if he'd led Oden a little bit with the throw, that could have been a big play, but he threw the ball, almost threw it in the ground.
Yeah, it was so low that he had to go down to get it, which delayed him in getting to the edge, and it gave Martinsburg time to react and
pursue. Ball. Personal foul against Martinsburg.
Well, I mean,
they shot themselves in the foot again, Danny.
They've got to be approaching 100 yards in penalties. Have to be.
We'll have to consult our man Jimmy Morgan at halftime, who's keeping the numbers for Huntington, and this is terrible. I hate to say it. I'm sure a few of you Martinsburg folks are listening, but right now we're just not seeing what we're used to seeing with the Bulldogs.
No, it's definitely not what that program has been made of in the past.
So Huntington has the ball, 1st and 10 at the 21. Clock running under 7:20 in the first half. Wilson hands the ball to Trayvon Okonkwo. And Okonkwo gets a pretty good surge there, about 5 yards.
Huntington High is getting a good push.
That was a good push that time, and that was just basically the entire line won the battle there.
It's just washing everything down and letting your back pick the hole.
So 2nd down, let's say probably a long 5 or 6 on this. Ball is at 17. Huntington driving, trying to get a 3rd touchdown in this first half. Ball over on the left hash, 6.5 left to go before halftime. And here's Wilson again to Trayvon Okonkwo, and he rolls down, and he gets down to about the 12. He is right on it, maybe. Let's see. About a yard short.
He was a shoestring short there of reaching the end zone.
He lost his footing. Lost his footing about the time he hit the line, or you're right, he may have been in the promised land. So put the ball at the 13, third, and we'll say 2. Got to get down to the 11 for the first down. So Trayvon Okonkwo still in the backfield with quarterback Tavion Wilson. This could be a Wilson run. And no, it's Okonkwo, and he finds his way down inside the 10. Did a good job of avoiding the initial contact and gets down for the first. It is first and goal.
Well, what the running back did right there was a great job of having the vision to see where Martinsburg was coming with the run blitz. And when he saw it, he delayed for just a second and hit the hole where the guy blitzed from and had a nice alley there.
So 5.5 minutes now left to go before halftime, and Huntington looking to pad this lead. If nothing else, they're very much in Weimer's field goal range because he has a big leg. They want 6 here. And a little problem for Wilson, and he tries to throw a pass to Andreas Reese, and that was incomplete. That was a problem all around because Tavion bobbled the ball.
Yeah. It
blew the timing up.
The timing was off from the get-go on that one.
So second and goal from just inside the 9-yard line. And looks like that the rain has either slackened or it's actually stopped for now. That's good news. I'm sure both teams are happy with that. I think the rain has certainly bothered Martinsburg more than it's bothered Huntington. The periods where we've had rain. So second and goal at the 9 for Huntington. And it looks like the Highlanders are going to take a timeout as Billy Seals tells his guys to come over and let's talk about it. So we'll take a break too. 5:13 left to go before halftime. Huntington 16 and Martinsburg 7 on the Kindred Communications Gridiron Network.
Become a member of LIUNA and train to become a union construction worker.
Being a LIUNA member has brought me financial stability. I used to work in retail and that's not what I wanted to do. And someone came into the store and said, well, have you thought about the laborers union? I'm 25 years old. I already have a good job, a good paying job, and I'm not going to have an abundance of college debt. You can choose what type of route and what career you want to take with what classes you take here.
Back at Huntington High School, 16-7, Huntington leading Martinsburg, 5:13 left before halftime. It is second and goal for the Highlanders, and here is Tavion Wilson throwing the ball, caught by Andreas Reese, and he is just short of a touchdown. He's down at the 1, so a third and goal at the 1 coming up, and that was a good pass with a little bit of heat on it by Tavion Wilson, but handled well by Reese.
That's good play action from Coach Seals calling that play because they've been doing the same type of action with the run, and that time, he pulls the ball, and Andres is running a quick slant, and it was right on target.
So as we get down toward the end of the first half, the Highlanders still have a couple of timeouts left. Martinsburg has all 3 of its. They're just trying to get something good going because they have struggled tonight. It is third and goal at the 1 for the Highlanders. And here's the play. And it is Okonkwo. Trayvon Okonkwo, another touchdown. That's his second of the night. And again, big hole for him. Big hole.
Really untouched, Bill.
Yep.
I mean, by the time he crossed the goal line, granted they had a half yard to go, but by the time he crossed the goal line, nobody had touched him. So great blocking up front.
Bennett Weimer on for the extra point. It's 22-7, looking to make it 23. Weimer with the kick. And that didn't happen.
Uh-oh. Lightning.
And we just saw some lightning, and that could mean we may have to shut her down here.
The two-point conversion is no good.
So
The score is now
no extra point there, or 2 extra points for the Highlanders. So the score remains 22-7 with 4:14 left to go in the first half. And I guess as of now, we're going to.
They don't.
Well, I don't know. They are talking to the officials here, and they're saying we did just see lightning. So let's see what we're going to do here. The Huntington's actually going out to kick it off, and
I think everybody's
actually
blind
trainer
to what
Justin
just
Ross
happened.
was the one saying, "Hey, we saw some lightning," and the officials are like, "We're just going to keep going."
Kenny just made the announcement over the intercom.
Okay. So again, the Highlanders are set up in Martinsburg, but we're going to shut it down as Huntington has been told, and Martinsburg has been told, head to the locker room. And that was really the first bit of lightning that we've seen, as stormy as we've had, as much rain as we've had. There's another one though. And of course that means that we're going to be, every time you see a lightning bolt, is that like 30 minutes or 20 minutes?
It starts over.
It starts over.
Yep, 30-minute wait.
And sadly, we were expecting this. We were hoping it wouldn't happen, but we were expecting it. So what we are going to do, we're going to kind of take a break ourselves, but we'll just kind of go over what's happened here. Huntington really strong tonight. A lot of mistakes made by the Bulldogs, and 22-7 is our score. Highlanders leading the Bulldogs with 4:14 remaining here before halftime. So we got about 20 minutes of football in before we ended up and there's another. We got a lot of lightning. Let's just face it. There's a lot of lightning in the area, and we're just going to have to be playing this by ear. So it's hard to tell how long this is going to take. But when the time comes, just monitor us on the stream here, and we will get back with you. Before we do take a break, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll get on the old scoreboard here and kind of catch up with what's going on in high school football in West Virginia, starting off in 4A. Second quarter, Philip Barber's leading Buchanan Upshur 21-10. Game up in Ona, second quarter. It is Capital leading Cabell Midland 14-7. Hurricane in the first quarter is trailing George Washington by a 14-0 score. Morgantown 17-0 over Jefferson. Loudon, Virginia, a 1-point lead over Musselman 14-13. No score between Riverside and Oak Hill. Battle up at Stadium Field in Parkersburg. Spring Valley in Parkersburg 6-6. First quarter score. Spring Mills over Wheeling Park 21-14 at halftime. It is 9-7 University over Parkersburg South at halftime. Third quarter, Washington shutting out Hedgesville by a score of 24-0. And finally, Woodrow Wilson at home at Van Meter Stadium. Second quarter, leading Greenbrier East 14-6. So that's what the scoreboard looks like in 4A. Let's check 3A. Bridgeport, second quarter up on Heritage, Virginia, 27-14. No score in the first quarter between the Brook Bruins and Lindsley Cadets. At halftime, Elkins is shutting out Moorfield 24-0. Halftime, Fairmont Senior over Robert C. Byrd 14-2. Kind of sounds like a bad baseball score.
Yeah, it is.
Grafton over East Fairmont 14-10 at halftime. First quarter, Kaiser shutting out Lewis County 21-0. Chapmanville defeating Nicholas County in the third quarter 20-0. North Marion shutting out Preston first quarter 7-0. The Gallia Academy Blue Devils are leading Point Pleasant in the Battle of the Bridge, as they call it up there. 21-14, the Blue Devils leading the Big Blacks. Princeton over Bluefield 20-6. Of course, Princeton came up to Charleston and beat Capital last week. Ripley shutting out Ravenswood by a score of 14-0. No score between James Monroe and Shady Spring, Nitro and St. Albans. Another battle of the bridge.
Battle of the Bridge.
Battle of the Bridge. And Herbert Hoover is leading Winfield at halftime, 21-0. Let's go to AA and check out what happening with at least one local team, and that is the Wayne Pioneers, who are playing at Scott tonight. And second quarter, it is Scott leading Wayne by a score of 3-0. Now, last night, the Sissonville Indians defeated Tulsa 20-19, and that ended a long losing streak for Sissonville. 21 games. You think about that. They went 2 seasons without a win.
A lot of misery been going on.
A lot of misery. You got it. That's right. Well, we're going to leave it to go with that. What we're going to do is we're going to kind of leave the feed up, and when we get back to it, good news, I haven't seen any more lightning in about the last minute or so.
It just
okay.
Just went, Bill.
Knockwood, spoke too soon. Either that or kiss of death there. Cursed it. But we'll see what we're doing time-wise here. Hopefully we'll get this started sooner rather than later and get back to action, because, again, it's not the rain as much as it is the lightning right now is the problem. And, again, we'll have to kind of work from there. So what we're going to do, we're going to keep the video feed up, and we will be back when we do get back to action. Again, it is 22-7, Huntington leading Martinsburg, and we leave it off at 4:14 left to go before halftime. Hopefully soon we will get it back, as unfortunately we keep seeing more lightning in the area, but we will play it back here. So hang with us here and monitor, and when we get back to action, we will rejoin you at that time. So Bill Cornwell and Danny Mayo, for now, just saying so long, but we hopefully will be back pretty soon.
Digital and the Marshall Health Orthopedics High School Sports Network proudly present live high school football, presented by the Marshall Sports Medicine Institute and sponsored by the City of Huntington Highway Safety Program and Jason Elkins State Farm.
Mr. Cooper, we have an emergency at a middle school.
Thank you. Board office, will you activate the crisis team? This is not a drill.
In Cabell County Schools, we are ready, alert, and aware.
At Food Fair, you can count on our local delis to have fresh and delicious options always available, like our best-in-town fried chicken. Stop by one of our convenient locations to get this weekly deli special while you're at it. Food Fair, conveniently fresh.
Calendar notifications, emails, texts. These are all distractions. They take your attention away from the road, away from stoplights, sudden braking, and unexpected hazards. Distracted driving is dangerous to you and others. And if you're caught with a phone in your hand, it will cost you a minimum of $100, or even worse, it could cost a life. Keep yourself and others safe on the road. Put the phone away or pay. This message is brought to you by the West Virginia Governor's Highway Safety Program.
Zendaya Knoll. Your grandparents are...
Trey, you've got to get it together.
No matter where you are in life, Mount West Community and Technical College, it's a step toward your future.
Trey, welcome to Mount West.
We provide the hands-on support you need with classes that fit your life.
Nice job, Trey.
At Mount West, we know you by name.
Trey Matthews.
Because here, you're more than just a number. Mount West Community and Technical College. Because you matter here.
Going out? Hungry? Have kids? Looking for a fun, casual joint? Then Roosters at Pullman Square in Huntington is the place to be. Bring the kids 12 and under on Tuesdays, and they eat for just 99 cents all day long. That's right, an entree, 2 sides, and a drink for less than $1. Plus, Tuesday at Roosters means a featured appetizer all day for just $2. Roosters will lighten your mood and not your wallet. And you can always enjoy your favorite sports on Roosters 40 TVs. Roosters at Pullman Square in Huntington, a fun, casual joint.
Become a member of LIUNA and train to become a union construction worker.
I was greener than green coming into this. The trainers were amazing, and I told them, I don't know what I'm doing. And they were just super great about taking it slow and making sure I understood everything and got the book work before we did the hands-on so I could do the hands-on safely. It's going great. I got to get paid to do something that I enjoyed doing. I got to work with my hands and learn all kinds of new things. If you can be in a union, be in a union. They're going to take care of you. They're going to get you where you need to be.
Once again, we ask you to please clear the stands and track. Thank you.
They're timely, the billing is quick and accurate, the guys are able to set it up, they do it through their phone. Renting.
You have my heart, and we'll never be worlds apart. Maybe
gentlemen, we are still under a weather delay. We ask there be no one in the stands, please. Thank you.
Welcome back to Huntington High School. We've had, I would say about an hour and 15-minute rain delay, but or actually a lightning delay.
I was going to say, not rain.
Not
lightning.
rain. You know, we had rain and then we had lightning. And so we've been sitting around here watching lightning go. But the teams are back on the field, Danny Mayo, and looks like we're ready to go. They're actually now having to get the scoreboard back going because we have the clock there at 4:14, but they don't have. There we go. We're going to get the score up now. Well, we know what the score is. It's 22-7. Huntington leading Martinsburg in a game that has been for the most part pretty much all Huntington. The Huntingtons look really good. Martinsburg has struggled as they did last week in losing in a shutout fashion to Camden, New Jersey High School. And Danny, I know you and I both. We've seen lots of Martinsburg teams over the years, and it's kind of a shocker to not see the Bulldogs executing very well, at least at this point.
Yeah, certainly as a result of the deficit on the scoreboard for Martinsburg, we go back again and talk about just how much they shot themselves in the foot and in that first and second quarter. But, it could even the game up right here.
Well, we're picking up right where we left off because Huntington was getting ready to kick off after they scored touchdown and got up to that 22nd point. They did miss a 2-point conversion attempt. So they're going to get ready to kick off, and doing the kicking off is be their fine kicker, Bennett Weimer. And back deep for the Bulldogs is Boston Todd and Kevin Myers. So got 4:14 left before halftime, and Danny, from what we understand, we're still going to take the regular halftime. Maybe they'll shorten it. I don't know. That'd be nice.
I think if both coaches will agree
to it. And that's how you have to operate in a situation like this. You have to come to a agreement. So Weimer is kicking the ball. He kicks it high and short, and an up back actually comes away with it. And he stopped right at the 30-yard line. Handling that kick for the Bulldogs was Kalia Vila. And again, he gets the ball up to about the 30, and so that's where the Bulldogs will have it, 1st and 10. They have all 3 of their timeouts left. Huntington has 2 timeouts remaining, but they're very happy to see the clock keep running with this 22-7 lead. Let's see if the execution of the Bulldogs will improve. And the quarterback is Brian Dick, and he keeps it. Gets only about a yard or two. And they're going to put the ball right on the 31, so give him a yard. 2nd and 9 at the 31.
Little misdirection there from Dick, and Huntington High did a great job of
staying
at home.
They were not fooled. So we're under 4 minutes now before halftime. And we got a sweep play and handled by Boston Todd. And Todd gets away. Finally gets knocked out of bounds, but he has a big run. He gets the ball into Huntington territory at about the 47. So that was about a 21-yard run or 20-yard run.
Martinsburg did a good job of sealing off the edge over here on the home side, facing Huntington High's bleachers.
Now
but
that's more the execution we're used to seeing with this Bulldogs offense. So Dick in the shotgun, throwing off, and oh man, he had a quick pass off to the right to Kalia Vila, and he dropped the ball.
I think he tried to run before he caught the ball.
Oh, and of course it was classic, not only just running early, but he turned his head before he got the ball into his hands. So 2nd and 10, ball at the Huntington 48. 3:27 left before halftime. Bulldogs trailing the Highlanders 22-7. Dix makes his call, and he hands it off. Making that run is Kevin Myers, and Myers, a big gain there. Myers takes the ball inside the 30 right about a 20-yard gain. Looks like it's at the 28. It's another first down for the Bulldogs, and they have come out of the locker room snorting fire, and they are on the drive, Danny.
Doing what they need to do. They need to develop some type of rhythm right now.
And they're
right now,
cutting down on the
clicking.
mistakes. You haven't had a penalty called, for instance. Oh, a double reverse here. And I believe it was handled there by Todd. Now, Huntington did a pretty good job of rallying on that play.
Yeah, to hold him to 4 yards.
Yeah, not too bad. Ball's, I believe, placed there at the 25. Actually, more like a 3-yard gain, so 2nd and 7 coming up. Kevin Myers is still in the backfield with Dick. Ty Ricketts going wide, then he comes to the left side in motion. And here's Dick, and he's going to keep it, looking for some room, and he's found room off the right side, and he is at the 10, the 5. Give him 6, a touchdown for Martinsburg quarterback Brian Dick. And just like that, it is 22-13. Huntington's lead cut to 9.
Brian Dick did a fantastic job of reading these blocks on the edges out there.
And you could watch him, he kind of veered inside and then hit it outside and hit it strongly. Cody Page kicking the extra point, or attempting the extra point for the Bulldogs. Dick's the holder. And the kick is up, and it is good. So we have 2 minutes, 31 seconds left before halftime, and our score is Huntington 22 and Martinsburg 14. We'll take a break. You're enjoying the stream of Martinsburg and Huntington on the Kindred Communications Digital Network.
It's me, Wednesday Addams. Your life just took a dark turn. I regret to inform you that I have devised the meal of misfortune with Wendy's. It's pure torture for your taste buds, with 4 nightmarish dips of dread. Don't waste my time asking which ones you'll get. You must surrender to your fate. Enjoy the anguish.
Page kicks it off and does a pooch kick. And can Huntington handle it? No, we got a fumble.
Looks like Huntington jumped on it.
Boy, that was trouble. You had about 3 guys
again
going for the ball. Well, that's why you pooch kick like that, because it confuses the kick return team. And they certainly were not going to kick to Andreas Reese, who's had a great night on returns. But Huntington does have the ball, 1st and 10 at its 37, and 2 minutes and 31 seconds left to play here before halftime. A long evening here at Huntington High, thanks to a more than 1 hour lightning delay. Tavion Wilson has the ball, and he gives it to. He gives the ball to Mayshawn Okonkwo, and Okonkwo had nowhere to go.
You got to wonder what was said during that lightning delay in the Bulldogs locker room.
I think Coach Dave Walker lit the room up, and sometimes you got to get a little heated. Sometimes you got to get guys and kind of challenge their manhood, and that may be what happened. So 2nd and a long 10 for the Highlanders. And Wilson's got to keep it, and he doesn't. Well, now he does get loose, gets to the 40, so he's going to get about 3 yards. And that will set up a 3rd and 7 for the Highlanders as we are at a minute and a half to go. Certainly Martinsburg would like to make a stop here and maybe have a chance, but at the least, Danny, I think that they'd be happy that they came out from this storm delay and scored and made the the score a little more manageable.
Yeah, to put 7 on the board and hold Huntington High, if they can hold them scoreless.
Yeah.
That's a huge momentum step for them.
And if Huntington can get a first down here, they're probably just going to be happy to run some clock. All right, Okonkwo, and he got enough. That was
it's going to be close.
Rayshon Okonkwo looks like he got it. I mean, it's right on the line. He got it to the 47, and they're saying first down. And again, 50 seconds and the clock is running. And at this point, Danny, I think that, now timeout is called, and it is called by Huntington.
That's surprising.
And so that would leave them with 1. So that kind of tells you maybe they want to at least get in field goal range.
Well, I mean, they've had success up to the lightning break, and they come out here when you're in a long third down situation and you can make that many yards on a run.
But to really do something, though, I think that you're going to have to ask Tavion Wilson not only to beat you with his legs, but he needs to find a way to hit a big pass downfield to get them in some kind of a scoring range.
I don't know what kind of leg their kickers got, whether they can settle for a field goal attempt.
Well, one thing's for sure, there is a tradition of good kickers.
Oh, my goodness, you're not kidding.
I mean, they've had a ton of kids who have kicked here at Huntington who have actually gone on and done a little work in college. So it's 1st and 10 at the Huntington 47 for the Highlanders. 45 seconds remaining. And umpire Robin Williams is kind of standing over the ball. So actually, they may be adjusting the clock here. Let's see.
Mr. Hand is trying to signal something to the press box.
They 53 seconds. So they're saying add 8 seconds to the clock. There we go.
Somebody getting a little upset.
They're getting a little heated. It's kind of tough when you can't hear the official necessarily, and they're trying to do hand signals to make a clock adjustment. It's a little easier at the college and the pro level, obviously.
Referee has a field mic on.
I thought he did. All right, Tavion Wilson trying to pass, but he is under some serious pressure. He does throw downfield, and that ball was almost caught by Dante Newsom. Gets away from him. Double coverage. I'll give Wilson credit. He did a good job of getting out of some serious pressure and at least getting a decent throw downfield. Stops the clock with 44 seconds left. 2nd and 10 at the Huntington 47. So Huntington again with one timeout left. They're trying to make something happen with limited time and trying to get down maybe at least 25 yards, 30 yards down the field and get where they might be able to attempt a field goal. So again, 2nd and 10, shotgun for Wilson. Trayvon Okonkwo's in the backfield. Wilson in trouble again, but he gets a play off. And the ball is caught by Cash Messinger. And Messinger gets the ball down into Martinsburg territory. And, Danny, that's the kind of play they needed.
We got a flag at midfield, and one of the Huntington High linemen looks awfully upset. So let's see what Mr. Hand has to tell us.
A first down play could be all for naught. And that also ate up about 8 seconds, too. Still waiting for the signal from Kenny Hand, our referee, the white hat tonight.
Well, I don't know what Martinsburg saw, but if you looked at Huntington High's formation, Martinsburg had 9 men in the box on the line of scrimmage. So
they're putting the ball down at, well, they're saying first down. Oh, they did pick it up. Wow. So they picked up the flag, and that's going to put the ball down at the 36. So that was a 17-yard play. And, again, the kind of play that the Highlanders needed. And on the play, Messinger went out of bounds, so that stopped the clock.
Stops the clock. That's in their favor.
Saved Huntington some time, a few seconds. So it's 1st and 10 at the Martinsburg 36. Tavion Wilson running it. Straight back to pass, looking downfield, and he is going for Walter Oden, and Oden just couldn't get to it. Pretty good coverage there for Martinsburg by Boston Todd, but Oden had a step on him, but the pass just a little too much.
Well, Martinsburg's scheme, when you stack the box like that, you put those DBs in.
They're on an island.
They're on an island by themselves, and that DB was running step for step right there with Deuce Oden.
They're on an island, and it's not Gilligan's Island. It's the 2nd 10 at the Martinsburg 36. Wilson and Okonkwo. And Wilson dropped the ball. He fumbled, and Martinsburg's got it. Bad exchange between Walter Oden and Tavion Wilson. Wilson kept the ball, and I think the little bit of contact caused him to drop it.
Yeah, the back end motion that he was going to ride with the football ran into him, causing him to pull the ball back in, and then he took a shot, and the ball popped loose.
So it's 21 seconds remaining before halftime, and we'll see if Martinsburg can make something happen here.
Martinsburg still have 2 timeouts.
They're and we're making another clock adjustment here.
Reset game clock to 23 seconds.
23 seconds, so add 2 seconds. So we're adding 2 seconds to the 21 we have now. All right, we're all set. So, again, the Bulldogs have timeouts in their pocket, and the ball at the Bulldogs 35. Are they just going to sit on it, or are they going to – they're certainly not lined up to sit on it. There's no victory formation. So quarterback Brian Dick is in the shotgun. Low snap, little problem there, but he gets away, and now he's got to run. Boy, he is elusive, and he is free, gets out about the 49.
And another
that's going to
15.
be add 15. That was a hit out of bounds by the Highlanders. So that was about a 14-yard run by the elusive Brian Dick. Add 15. And that is going to bring the ball down to about the 30, 37 maybe, 30, 36.
Well, he's marked him out there right at midfield. So add 15 more onto that. So about 35.
They're in good shape. They got 13 seconds, and again they have timeouts to use, and timeout is called by Martinsburg. So they got a chance to do a little bit more damage here before halftime. We've definitely, in this 4 minutes plus since we resumed play, we've had a lot of action.
A lot of action.
Both teams have moved the ball, and of all the mistakes we've seen Martinsburg make, Huntington makes the mistake.
I was going to say, we've seen a lot of excitement, but if you're Coach Seals, you don't want to see that.
It's like the pendulum swung the other way.
That's the thing you've got to worry about.
So when they go in for some halftime, I'm sure that Billy Seals is going to be trying to give the same message that Dave Walker gave his guys during the Lightning delay. So they're ending up the timeout. Both teams are going to be heading out. So the ball is on the 35. And if nothing else, this could be a taste of Cody Page's leg.
Yes, it could be.
They're I don't know if he's got 50-yard capability, because right now if you kicked it now it'd be 52. So they need to get at least 10, 15 yards probably to at least give this guy a chance.
A legit chance,
A legit chance. So, again, 13 seconds left, 22-14 Huntington over Martinsburg. Here's the snap to Dick, and he's looking downfield now. He's starting to run. He still is behind the line of scrimmage, and he throws the ball away. He had nowhere to go. He was thinking about throwing it toward the end zone.
More importantly, he ran a lot of time off the clock.
He ran a whole lot. He ran 9 seconds off, 4 seconds left. So this might be the old Hail Mary.
It could be.
Yeah. So that means if you're Huntington, You get your guys back deep, and we're going to have another timeout. This might be a Huntington timeout, to be honest with you. No,
Nope.
It's a Martinsburg timeout.
Can't take them in the locker room with you, so use them.
And I'm sure that they're going to do the old playground thing and design a play over there. We will.
We may see several laterals.
When
here.
we get to halftime, we will update you on all the scores, and we'll even talk a little college ball. We have an NFL game tonight, and it is the LA Chargers and the Kansas City Chiefs playing in Sao Paulo, Brazil this evening. Second year in a row that they have played a game down in Sao Paulo, and a beautiful facility down there. And so far, it's been the Chargers who have been pretty solid, although certainly KC is hanging in there. People don't realize what a trip that is. You know, you talk to people that travel to Europe and say, oh, yeah, we flew 6 hours, 7 hours. It's every bit of that and more to go to Sao Paulo from most of the U.S., every bit of it. So here we go. 4 seconds left, and you got 4 wide, and it's straight back to pass for Dick, and he is definitely throwing it for the end zone, and it is not even close to anyone, certainly not to his receiver. So we have finally reached halftime, 2.5 hours after we kicked off the game. So it is 22-14, the Highlanders and the Bulldogs. And they have 20 on the scoreboard, so we are going to have a full halftime. So what we will do right now is we're going to take our halftime break, and then we'll come back and talk about the first half. Then we'll talk a little bit more about some other football.
We've got a coaches meeting there at the midfield. I think they're debating 10-minute halftime.
You know what? That'd be a good idea. Now, and Kenny Hand's going to announce that right now. So it may be a 10-minute halftime. But it is a 10-minute halftime. Good call. So tell you what we'll do. We're going to take a break right now, and we will come back, and we will, after this quick halftime, mercifully, we'll talk about the game and what's going on around the state. You're enjoying a good game right now. It's 22-14 Huntington of Martinsburg here at Huntington High, and this is the Kindred Communications Gridiron Network.
Calendar notifications, emails, texts. These are all distractions. They take your attention away from the road, away from stoplights, sudden braking, and unexpected hazards. Distracted driving is dangerous to you and others. And if you're caught with a phone in your hand, it will cost you a minimum of $100. Or even worse, it could cost a life. Keep yourself and others safe on the road. Put the phone away or pay. This message is brought to you by the West Virginia Governor's Highway Safety Program.
It's me, Wednesday Addams. Your life just took a dark turn. I regret to inform you that I have devised the meal of misfortune with Wendy's. It's pure torture for your taste buds, with 4 nightmarish dips of dread. Don't waste my time asking which ones you'll get. You must surrender to your fate. Enjoy the anguish.
Everything begins with water. From our cool mountain springs to the winding streams working their way through the hills and into our rivers. Just like water, progress starts small with a vision, a plan, and an impactful project. Because when we invest in the foundation, we build stronger communities. The Thrasher Group. Building stronger communities together with you.
What do I love about Mark? How much time do you have?
Geno's is spicing things up with 2 new specialty pizzas featuring our new hot honey sauce.
Our hot honey pizza is topped with red pepper flakes, sliced Italian sausage, jalapenos, and onions.
The sweet heat pizza features slices of Italian sausage, green peppers, and onions.
Both are drizzled with our signature hot honey sauce.
Hot honey, it brings the heat.
Sweet heat, the perfect balance of spice and sweet.
2 bold new flavors, available for a limited time at Geno's Pizza and Spaghetti House.
Back at halftime at Huntington High. Big showdown between 4A powers in West Virginia. Huntington leading 22-14. We had about an hour and 15-minute or so lightning delay here. So that's why we're just at halftime, and we actually have an abbreviated halftime. It was 22-7 when we had that halftime delay, and Martinsburg was not playing well, but Danny, when they came out after that lightning delay, they've been the better team. Well, they played really well.
You're exactly right, and you and I have no idea what was said in that locker room
there might be some
break.
paint peeled in that locker room.
But, Martinsburg came back out, and like you said earlier, they didn't make the mistakes they've been making with the penalties.
Had a solid drive.
They developed a rhythm, and they looked good doing it. And
doing it mostly on the ground. They had some nice runs by especially the quarterback, Brian Dick. He is really elusive, and he's pretty impressive. And now Huntington, they need to find their mojo again because they kind of lost it there. They had a drive going just before halftime and then fumbled the ball. So the team that was making mistakes was Martinsburg. Now Huntington makes the mistake. Martinsburg gets the kickoff to start the second half. They got a chance to really take the momentum away from the Highlanders, and that's going to be here quickly because we only have 5 minutes left before halftime. And we're going to come back and take a break, and then we will check a few scores around West Virginia and get you ready for the second half. Again, we're at halftime. Huntington leading Martinsburg 22-14, and you're listening to the Kindred Communications Gridiron Network.
CJU is a great company to work for. We've been around for 78 years. We are an underground utility construction company all across the East Coast. We are rapidly growing, and we're seeing a huge growth in this market, a huge need for employees. We are always looking for those that are experienced, those that are trying to get their foot in the door. We have positions for everybody. We offer competitive pay. We offer competitive benefits. We take pride in having a family atmosphere at CJU's, and it's truly just a family company.
I'm Chris Miller, and I'm proud to sponsor productions like this one that showcase the best of this great state. School pride runs deep here. Friday night lights, crowded gyms, packed auditoriums. It's what makes this such a great place to live and work. So be true to your school. And at Dutch Miller Auto, we're there with you. Because when we build on our young people, everybody wins. I'm proud to lead the way as we bring out the best in West Virginia. I'm Chris Miller, and enjoy the game.
It's the saucy summer of barbecue at Tudor's. Tender pulled pork, smothered in 3 delicious new sauces. Sweet teriyaki, savory and thick. Carolina Gold, tangy and bold. Honey sriracha, hot and spicy. Topped with our creamy coleslaw. Sweet teriyaki, Carolina Gold, honey sriracha. Tudor's Biscuit World's pulled pork barbecue is bursting with flavor. Awesome sauce.
Well, Bill Cornwell and Danny Mayo back at the top of Highlander Mountain on a night where we've had rain, we've had lightning, we've had an hour and 15 or 20 minute lightning delay. But we're getting ready to get the second half started as the Huntington Highlanders are coming out of the locker room. Martinsburg never went to the locker room. They stayed out on the field on this abbreviated 10-minute halftime, and probably a good idea. I think that they just wanted to stay warmed up.
Yeah.
But Huntington went back to the locker room. So it's 22-14. About 2 minutes to go before we get the second half started. Martinsburg will receive the kickoff to start the second half. Well, let's check out the scoreboard. These scores around Class 4A, brought to you by the folks at Metro News. Cabell Midland, they're in trouble. They, of course, lost last week to George Rogers Clark, Pikeville, Kentucky. Well, they are behind 21-7 at home in the third quarter to Cabell Midland. George Washington is rolling over Hurricane in the third quarter, 28-7. Up in Parkersburg, we haven't had a update since halftime. Last score we had was a tie, 13-all between Spring Valley and the Parkersburg Big Reds. Making a quick check over to Class AA. Let's check on the Wayne Pioneers as they were in action tonight down at Scott. And right now, third quarter, a weird score, a baseball score. It's Wayne 8 and Scott 3. And so Pioneers hoping to go 2-0. Coach Tommy Harmon looking for a better year. Certainly, this 10 years ago, they were it in Class AA, and they've had some lean years in recent times, but there's always a hope to win out Wayne, because, you know, like our good buddy Tim Ear always said at WSAZ, the Pioneers always circle the wagons.
Always circle the wagons.
Always circle the wagons. And off to a better start this year, especially if they can go on the road, which they are in Madison playing at Scott tonight. If they can go on the road and get a win at a tough place at Scott, that would be pretty doggone impressive. So running down the halftime clock, and I believe we are ready to go. They're not doing a warm-up period like sometimes you do, especially at this time of the year when it's warmer. Of course, it's not really warm. It's cooled off big time. We're ready to go. And it looks like the Highlanders are getting ready to send the kickoff team out, and Martinsburg is getting ready to send their return team out. This kicker, Bennett Weimer, he has the football in his tee, and they're getting ready to go. 22-14, Huntington at halftime over Martinsburg. Now they have put some extra time on the clock, but I think the teams, they're ready. Well, they've called them back. I think these guys are ready to roll, Danny. They didn't even worry about that at the warm-up.
It appears that they are, but I can't figure out what the hand signals are coming from the sidelines, whether they're doing that for press box purposes or whether they're signaling something to the coaches.
Because they put 3 minutes on the clock for a little extra warm-up period. But, again, the players look to me like they're, let's go. Let's go.
Well, they're running it too. So I guess we will have to endure another 3 minutes.
Another 3 minutes now. Or we've eaten about 70 seconds of it. So we're going to let this roll out, it looks like. Looking at next week, a rivalry game next week for Huntington. Spring Valley makes the trip up here on Highlander Mountain. Always an entertaining game between the Timberwolves and the Highlanders.
That is still a rivalry game, but now with the reclassification, Spring Valley has dropped down to 3A.
They're 3A.
But that, needless to say, that doesn't take away from the rivalry between the Highlanders and the Timberwolves.
So it's really interesting the way the Mountain State Athletic Conference. You have a 3A half and a 4A half now.
Yeah.
Of course, as someone who's been involved, we've all been involved with the Mountain State Athletic Conference through the years. You and I both had relationships in Spring Valley, and it's good to see the league growing back. With Parkersburg South coming back now, Woodrow Wilson has returned. So they're all almost back to the old membership. All right, Weimer kicks it off, and he is kicking it way downfield. It is handled and fumbled by Martinsburg, but the return man, that was a flag down. Return man was Kevin Myers, and he got away from the initial coverage, but it's going to come back a little bit. So we wait for the signal from Kenny Hand. Pretty good return, though, by Myers. And, again, it looked like a lot of guys were overrunning him.
He made a lot out of nothing right there.
He did, but it's going to come back just a bit as the holding call is made against the Bulldogs. And that makes the Highlander fans here on the near side pretty happy, and the ball is placed right on the 20. So Martinsburg has 80 yards to go to get a touchdown. It's going to get them a little closer. So let's see if they can continue the better operation that we saw at the end of the first half. So Brian Dick is the quarterback, and he hands the ball off. I believe that is Dillard, the ball carrier. Actually, it was Kevin Myers. Myers, speedy guy, ended up getting he gets 4 yards up to the 24. Second down and 6 for the Bulldogs. As usual, shotgun for the Martinsburg quarterback, Dick. And this time Dick's got to keep it. And he gets the ball up to about the 29. He's going to be it looks like a hair short of the first down. But he really is elusive as a runner.
I was getting ready to say the same thing.
So it is third, and it is about not even a half yard for the Bulldogs here. And the Huntington fans making some noise and trying to encourage their guys to make a stop here on third and extremely short. Still out of the I-4 or the shotgun. Dick has it, and he's got to keep it, and he has the first down. In fact, he is way upfield. Gets the ball over the 35, ends up getting about 6 yards, and it is a first down, and the old chains keep rolling for the Bulldogs as they are looking much, much more with it here in this third quarter as they did late in the second quarter. So 1st and 10 at the 36. And it's a rollout for Dick. And he looks downfield, and he has a catch by Boston Todd. And Todd's going to take the ball into Huntington territory at the 45-yard line. Just a slick, easy play there. Really not.
Little sprint out action right there. And
Todd found a soft spot in the Huntington defense, and good execution.
As I've been saying, it's just a matter of Martinsburg getting into that rhythm and not having penalties.
And, again, what we're used to seeing with Martinsburg, when they get in that rhythm and they get rolling, they are just almost impossible to stop. And now it's another keeper by quarterback Dick, and he just keeps on rolling. He went through about 2 Huntington defenders who were swinging and missing as far as reaching to grab him.
I was going to say that's a result of poor tackling right there.
And he gets the ball down to the 31. That's 14 yards, just like that. And again, Martinsburg is right here in great operating territory. We played 2 minutes in this third quarter, and Martinsburg, all the momentum on the Bulldogs side. So 1st and 10 at the 31, and we got a sweep. And it's, again, problems tackling for Huntington. Boston Todd had that one, and there were green shirts in the vicinity, but once again, they're just not attacking very well defensively, and he gets 5 yards.
Yeah, that's all just a result of poor tackling right there. They had him bottled up for a little to no gain, and he ends up getting 5 yards.
And I know this is troubling to Billy Seals, who the head coach for the Highlanders, who is a defensive guy. And he hates to see bad defensive execution. So now it's a handoff. A little better defense that time. Kevin Myers, the ball carrier. He kind of jukes his way for about 2 yards. Only get him about 2 yards. So we've got another third down coming up for the Bulldogs. They're going to put the ball at the 23. 3rd and 2 coming up. Big play for both teams as we've gone under the 9-minute mark in the third quarter. Quarterback Brian Dick looks to the sidelines for the play call. Ready to take it. It's going to be him keeping. Well, now they've stopped the play.
Okay, here we go with the illegal formation.
Yep, illegal procedures. The call, 5 yards, and that's going to cost the Bulldogs. And how many times? I mean, it had to be 5 or 6 of these same penalties in
at least
the first half. But Martinsburg's got so much confidence right now in the way that they are moving. They probably just feel like, we execute this next play, don't get a penalty, we can get a first down. Third and 7 coming up right now. Ball at the 28. And it's a rollout for Dick to the right side, and he is, nice play defensively by Huntington as they were trying to get the ball into Boston Todd's hand. Good play by Ethan Goodson for the Highlanders, bringing up 4th down and 7.
I'm not sure that Ethan knew exactly where the ball was, but
in fact, he was just kind of putting his hands up.
He did what he needed to.
Hey, sometimes that works. So big 4th down, boy. If Huntington could make a stop here, maybe they reverse all this momentum that is on the Martinsburg side.
Got to find a way to stop it.
4th down and 7, and ready to go. Highlanders defense down, and Martinsburg looking to pass. They're throwing downfield, and they cannot complete it. That was intended for Kevin Myers. Coverage for Huntington by Andreas Reese, that is. And, that was a tough one. That was a tough one for Martinsburg because it looked pretty good for a while there. But just couldn't get it completed.
Yeah,
big stop for Huntington.
When you put the guy in motion like that and run a little rail route like that, that's tough asking a kid to run with him, and
yes.
He did a great job that time of defending that.
So Huntington has the ball, 1st and 10 at the Highlander 29, 8:42 left to go in the third quarter. Huntington up 22-14, and time for Huntington to at least try to answer the momentum of the Bulldogs. So Wilson is trying to throw, and the pass is incomplete. That was intended for Andreas Reese, and pretty nice coverage there by Martinsburg's Devon Bell. So 2nd and 10 coming up for Huntington at the 29. I like the aggressiveness there. Huntington came out, throwing the ball, looking to hit that slant, and just couldn't make the execution.
As I've said earlier, you're putting them in a man coverage right here, so it's your athlete versus theirs.
Make them pay for it if you can. All right, it is a handoff to Trayvon Okonkwo, and he gets about a yard. He's up to the 30. It's a long 3rd down for the Highlanders, 3rd and 9. As we head down toward about the 8-minute mark of the third quarter here at Bob Sink Stadium on Highlander Mountain. Huntington leading Martinsburg 22-14. Let's see if the Highlanders can find a way to stay alive on this drive. And it's going to be Wilson going back to pass, and he's trying to get downfield. He just about had a big completion to Walter Oden. Oden could not catch up with the ball. Coverage there for Martinsburg by DeJuan Woodson. So it's 4th down and 9, and Bennett Weimer will come on to punt. And it'll be Boston Todd deep for the Bulldogs. So Weimer's had some decent punts tonight. He needs to hit a boomer and get it away from Todd. A little bit of heat coming toward Weimer. Todd does field it, and he is gone. But here's another penalty coming up, but another situation where the Huntington coverage is not getting down the field to challenge Todd, and he reversed the field because, I mean, he passed where the line of scrimmage was, but it's going to come back due to a penalty.
Had a block in the back right here in front of the Huntington bench at about the, 47-yard line?
Yep, so the block in the back is the call. I'm sure there were a lot of guys making the yell from the bench to help influence that.
Well, usually when you've got multiple flags in the same area, it was pretty obvious. So
that's probably that will take the ball back into Martinsburg territory, I believe, because I think they have the penalty marked from the Huntington 47. That would put it back to the 43 of Martinsburg, and that is exactly. So that's where the Bulldogs will start. That's still pretty good field position there.
That's good field position, but again, how many times have we said it tonight?
7:42 we got left in the third quarter, and Martinsburg hoping to do a little bit better than that last time they had the ball, as they did drive it, but Huntington was able to make the defensive stop. So Brian Dick ready to receive the snap from center, and he runs it. This time he is stopped in the backfield. How about the work there by a couple of Highlanders who got the backfield? Trayvon Okonkwo and Cash Bessinger. They did a good job, and they did not give Dick room to maneuver.
Martinsburg's front guys got defeated at the snap.
Yeah, that was a win, and that results in a loss of 3, and it's 2nd and 13, and the ball's back to the Bulldogs 40 as we go under the 7-minute mark in the third quarter. So here is a handoff, and not much there, and I think it's another loss, as that was Kevin Myers, and he was stopped by the number 8 on the other side, Max Boren. Met him in the backfield, and although they lost about a football length there, so they're going in the wrong direction. Third down and a long 13.
Huntington High's playing with a 3-man front, too, and beating Martinsburg's offensive line.
Out quicking them. They are. So we're moving past the 6.5-minute mark as we move our way through the third quarter. Third down and a long 13 for the Bulldogs. Ball around their 40, and it's a straight drop back for Dick. And he's under pressure, and they got him down. He got smacked. I believe for Huntington, putting the heat on was Caleb Parlier. Good player for the Highlanders. And that drive was not what we've been seeing from Martinsburg, as they went 5 yards back from where they started that drive. Good work by Huntington's defense. That's more like it, I'm sure Billy Seals is saying. So Cody Page is on to punt the ball away. And he boots it, and he is kicking it toward the sideline. Reese was the returner, and he gets away from it. And what a punt for the Bulldogs as it goes out of bounds at the 5. That's at the 6. So that was a 55-yard punt, and I would say half the yardage was on the ground.
At least 30 yards of it.
5:21 left before the end of the third quarter. Hopefully we can no rain, no lightning, and we can finish this game. We're going kind of long here, as you can say, but we got an entertaining game going on between two teams that football fans around the state of West Virginia are always paying attention to. State champions, of course, multiple state champions for Martinsburg. Huntington won it a few years ago, beating Parkersburg South. So it's Huntington 1st and 10 at the 6. And here's a handoff for Okonkwo, and he has a pretty good run. That's Trayvon Okonkwo, and he gets the ball out of really a bad situation there. Put the ball up at right between the 13 and the 14, so about 7 yards there, 7 or 8 yards. Make it 8 yards.
Appeared to go into some type of goal line defense there, and Huntington did a great job of blocking everybody down and kicking out.
Hit the edge. So 2nd and 2 coming up for Huntington, and whistles are blowing. Oh. I think we had a play clock issue. Well, he started the clock. I thought the ball went out of bounds. And this time Huntington gets nothing on the run. And again, that was Trayvon Okonkwo. They did give him a slight gain, actually, so it's more of like a 3rd and a yard now for the Highlanders, and the ball is at the 15. They got to get it to the 16. Heading down toward the 4.5-minute mark in the 3rd quarter. And it would be very important for Huntington to get this first down, keep the ball away from the Bulldogs, the explosive Martinsburg Bulldogs. All right, that's Okonkwo, and he's got the first down. He gets the ball over the 16 to the 18, so they got a couple of yards more than they needed and get the first down.
And keep that clock rolling.
And we have a stop the clock. Looks like Okonkwo's got a bit of a cramp. He's up, walking it off. So he's going to have to leave the game since they stopped the clock. Let's see who they replace him with, as Huntington will begin this this set of downs, 1st and 10 at the 18. Actually, Dante Newsome in the backfield. And Newsome gets the carry, and he's off to a nice run right there. In fact, he gets about 9. He's up to about the 28, 27 maybe. That's 9, and he just about got the first down with that run. Nice work by Newsome, who's lightning quick.
What a blessing it is to lose your running back to a leg cramp and replace him and don't miss a beat.
And you probably put out a guy who's faster.
Yeah.
Maybe not as strong, but faster. So it's 2nd and short right now for Huntington. Well, as the officials, I think they're thinking that might be a first down, and it is a first down. So Kenny Hand took a second look at it, and they're moving the chains. 1st and 10 for the Highlanders. The chain crew's a little slow operating over there. Look like they're a little indecisive.
Strictly volunteers.
Volunteers, that's right. So 3:20 our time, 3rd quarter, as it's starting to roll down pretty good, and Huntington with the possession, 1st and 10. Wilson with the carry. Oh, he makes a leap and takes the ball down inside over the 35-36, and that's another 8, maybe 9 yards. Now that's what we would expect to see by a great athlete like Tay Wilson.
Well, that's what you get when you play great athletes. You get plays like that. And
he took to the air on that one. That was pretty impressive. So 2nd and about 2. Highlanders, and they are on the loose. And Dante Newsome again just about went to the races.
Turf Monster got him.
But first down for Huntington. So the ball is now at the 42, and Huntington again is doing a good job of eating clock right now.
That's what they need to do.
Heading down toward the 2-minute mark, and now they're starting to pound a little bit on Martinsburg's defense too. So again, 42, 1st and 10. And Wilson gives it to Newsome, and there goes Newsome again over the 45 to the 48. That's 6 yards there. He is just rocking and rolling right now.
He hits that at a different speed than what they've been running tonight.
And Martinsburg's got a player a little slow getting up. That player is Ty Ricketts, who's one of their better players, and he's going to have to get off the field after this. They stopped the clock to tend to him, but he got up off the field. Clock running, 1:47 to go before the end of the third. 22-14, Huntington leading Martinsburg. Martinsburg with the only, we've had no points scored. Martinsburg scored late in the second quarter. That's all we've had since. All right, it's Okonkwo getting the handoff from Tavion Wilson. He gets close to the first down, gets the ball into Martinsburg territory at the 49. It's going to be another third and very short coming up for Huntington. And they get a first down here. They basically can run out the third quarter.
That's what they need to do. They need to stick with their game plan.
They've eaten up like 5 minutes on this drive alone. Under a minute to go in the third quarter. Okonkwo in the backfield, and he takes it. He's got a first down, and he's rolling. Trayvon Okonkwo takes the ball just short of the 40. Ball at the 41, and that will indeed eat up the third quarter. They'll have to run one more play. But this is a great job of clock munching, as I call it, by the Huntington Highlanders offense. Plus, if they can put 6 in, that's almost demoralizing for Martinsburg.
That's huge.
Because they were playing so well up until this Huntington drive, but Huntington's got to execute and finish this off. Wilson got to keep it, and he doesn't have very much room, and he's going to end up with a no gain there. Ball's going to be stopped at the 41, no gain. 2nd and 10 coming up as we're down to the last second. And we are done with the third quarter. We're going to the fourth quarter. 12 more minutes of football up here at Bob Sank Stadium on Highlander Mountain as the Huntington Highlanders lead Martinsburg 22-14. You're watching streaming action from the Kindred Communications Gridiron Network.
Mr. Cooper, we have an emergency at a middle school.
Thank you. Board office, will you activate the crisis team? This is not a drill.
In Cabell County Schools, we are ready, alert, and aware.
More minutes of football here up Highlander Mountain, Bob Sank Stadium. Huntington leading Martinsburg 22-14. Bill Cornwell and Danny Mayo bringing you all the action on our Kindred digital streaming network. And Huntington has a little bit of momentum here. They're eating up a lot of clock. And, Danny, they just got to find a way to execute and get this finished and at least get at least 3 points on the board. 2nd down and 10, another keeper by Wilson. And he has gotten on the loose, but he is brought down. Nice play by Martinsburg's Colby Walker. About 3 yards on the carry by Tavion Wilson. Tavion's kind of taking the responsibility right now, Danny.
He is, and he's taking what they give him, and he tried to bounce it to the outside.
And it looked like he just about got loose, but
I
Walker
thought he was going to be
did a good
loose.
job there.
Walker did a good job of closing in on him.
So 3rd down and 7. Ball's at the 38. The Highlanders need to get to the 31 to get a first down and keep this drive going here. So Wilson with the keeper. He's going to roll out. He's looking to pass. And he does. Oh, he did have a receiver in Bryce Winkfield. Winkfield dropped the ball. Should have had it.
You know, the old coach is saying if your hands touch a ball, you should be catching it. But I'm going to give Winkfield a little benefit of doubt there because that ball was behind him. Had it been out in front, it would have been a whole different story.
And we got a Martinsburg player, and looks like he is cramping. Although it's not a hot night, I mean, at this time of the year, how common is it? Guys cramping up. It happens. You don't see it when it's a little cooler and it's like late October and the leaves are falling. You don't see cramps then, but you do see them now.
Well, and you know, as coaches, you think you've got your players conditioned. But it's a whole different ball game when you say they're conditioned versus game condition.
Yeah.
And that's what you get to see right here.
It's a whole different world when the band's playing. As
lights are turned on.
Jim Donnan used to say.
It is.
When the band's playing, it's a whole different world. They're still working with that player. We weren't able to catch his number. Well, when he does spring up, we will do it. So, big fourth down decision for Billy Seals. You going to go for it on fourth down, or are you going to punt and try to pin the Bulldogs deep? And Billy, again, is kind of a pretty conservative and defensive coach, and you might think about doing that punt situation here. But
I think he's going to play field position. I may be wrong, but I think you're right.
You know, just kind of knowing Billy's mentality, you know, that's just kind of the way they play. That's usually pretty sound, fundamental decision-making in football.
Yes, it is.
And we have the player up, and it is the Bulldogs' Ty Ricketts. That's the second time Mr. Ricketts has been down, so he's struggling right now physically. Good player. Good
Very
athlete.
good athlete.
And they are going to punt. Here goes Bennett Weimer is going out, and it's going to be punt formation time.
Now, here's what you got to worry about. Last week they had one punt blocked and one punt returned for a touchdown.
And we've seen Martinsburg go 4-1 that Weimer was able to get away. Boston Todd is deep for the Bulldogs, but they're probably going to try to kick it away from him. And Weimer kicks it pretty straight up in the air. And does he get a bounce? No, not really. It kind of dies inside the 20. So statistically, you like to get punts inside the 20, but this one's barely inside the 20. Matter of fact, it's at the 19. So that was only, about a 18-yard punt. He kicked it kind of straight in the air.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
And it looks like we got a little.
I saw a flash to the left.
Oh, don't tell us. It looks like as of now we're ready, we're rolling. Teams are lined up and the ball is in play. And Dick is in the shotgun. Got a player in motion, but it is Dick with the keeper, and he takes the ball up to about the 23. So it's about 4 yards for the Martinsburg quarterback. Dick is a junior, 5'11", 200 pounds. And, again, he has really impressed us with his quicks. Really
200
quick.
pounds?
200 pounds.
Wow.
Usually guys that heavy are not that mobile. Well, this guy is. Really haven't seen his arm that much tonight. It's been more of him handing off and running the ball. So 2nd and 6 coming up for the Bulldogs. Just over 10 minutes left to go in the game. 22-14 Huntington. And a keeper for Dick, and he is on the loose. Gets the ball over the 30, fighting for more yards. He gets to the 34. Gain of 11 on that one, and a first down for the Bulldogs. And it's very much like Tavion Wilson was doing on that last Huntington drive. Now Brian Dick is saying, just let me handle the rock.
He wants the ball in his hands.
He wants the ball in his hands when it's winning time. So 1st and 10 at the Bulldog 34. And handoff to Kevin Myers. And Myers kept fighting for yardage. He ends up getting about 5 yards. Huntington was having a problem bringing him down. So we're seeing more strong runs now by the Bulldogs. As long as they can stay ahead of the chains and not get penalties, they're doing pretty well. So ball is actually pushing the 40 here. That was about a 6-yard gain for the Bulldogs, and Myers 2nd and 4. Dick ready to make the play, and he is running, and he is on the loose. Highlanders trying to catch everything. They finally bring him down, but he gets about 6-7 yards on that one. The ball's at the 46, and another first down for Martinsburg. Now it almost looks like the Highlanders are looking a little tired and getting pushed around a little bit by Martinsburg's line.
They are, but I think it's called playing with a sense of urgency on Martinsburg's time.
Nearing 8.5 minutes left in the game. 1st and 10 at the 46 for the Bulldogs. And it's a pass coming up, and it is complete. And that is Boston Todd, and he takes the ball into Huntington territory. And he's marked down all the way down to the 38-yard line. So Martinsburg is moving quickly, and they're getting yards in chunks right now.
Taking what the defense is giving them right there.
That was just a sweet little play to Boston Todd from Brian Dick. So 1st and 10 at 38, nearing the 8-minute mark remaining in the game. And here's a handoff to Kevin Myers. And Myers finds a lot of running room inside the 35, brought down at the 32. 6 yards there.
Keeping the Highlanders defense off balance right there.
So a lot of momentum back on the side of Martinsburg. Another keeper by Dick, and he is right near the first down marker at the 28.
Looks like he's got enough for a
first. Does
first.
look like, it is, and it is a first down. So the Bulldogs are rolling. Plus, you notice they're playing a little higher tempo, too, and that's wearing down.
They went to race car mode, they call it.
Turbo, as they say. And now Huntington, they're going to take a timeout because
you can see the defense is tired.
Yeah, we're seeing what Billy Seals is seeing, that his defensive guys are getting worn down. So we're going to take a break. 7:26 left to go in the contest. 22-14 Huntington over Martinsburg. And this is the Kindred Communications Gridiron Network.
Cabell County Schools has a zero-tolerance policy for bullying, harassment, and intimidation. We're excited to provide the Stop It mobile app for our students. Stop It has 2 powerful features. Students may report incidents or talk directly to school officials. Cabell County students have the power to end harmful and inappropriate online or physical bullying. You can download the app from Apple or Google Play. Together, we can create a safer, kinder school community.
At Huntington High School, 1st and 10 for Martinsburg. Martinsburg's throwing downfield. Pass incomplete from Dick. And that pass was intended for Boston Todd, a playmaker who's been making good plays all night long, especially in the return game. So 2nd and 10 at the 28 for the Bulldogs. 7:21 left in the game. Huntington leading Martinsburg 22-14. And Danny Mayo, it has been a while since Huntington has dented the scoreboard.
Yes, it has.
Like middle of the second quarter. That time, a good job by Huntington's defense of not allowing Brian Dick to get loose for a run. He gets, did he get anything there? I don't think he got a yard. So a 3rd and 10 coming up at the 28 for Huntington, or for Martinsburg. Big play for both teams. And did a lineman for?
No, I think that's on Huntington.
That's probably on Huntington.
That was the center that got knocked backwards, and
that was Jeremiah Lyles jumped the gun there, and it is going to be 5 yards against the Highlanders.
Again, a crucial penalty at a crucial time in the game.
So that's going to put the ball at the 23, 3rd and 5 for Martinsburg as they get a 5-yard boost there. Still Kevin Myers in the backfield with Brian Dick, quarterback, 3rd and 5. And here's a run by Dick, and he has a tough road to hoe, but he finds open space. And he is right around the first down marker, and they say first down. He gets the ball inside the 18, so it's 1st and 10 for Martinsburg around the 17. 6.5 minutes left to go in the game. Huntington holding on to an 8-point, 22-14 lead here at Bob Seng Stadium in Huntington, West Virginia. But Martinsburg is on the drive. Myers in the backfield goes to the right of quarterback Dick. And it is Myers with the carry, and he finds room. Takes the ball just short. Well, he's right around the 10. Will not go down. And Huntington's guys, again, looking a little tired, having a struggle to tackle, that time with Myers. And that is, they're going to put the ball at the 11, so that's 6 yards right there. Under 6 minutes left in the game. Martinsburg knocking on the door, trying to get 6 on and maybe get in a position to try to tie the game. Here is quarterback Dick, and he is in for the Martinsburg touchdown. It is Huntington 22, Martinsburg 20. Bulldogs have 5:35 left to go in the game. Do they go for 2 here to tie it?
He's sending in his go for 2 personnel.
The go for 2 people are going. They're going to try to tie this ball game. At one point, this game was 22-7. Well, Martinsburg is going to take a timeout, and they're going to talk about it. We'll take a break. 5:35 left to go. Martinsburg trailing Huntington 22-20. This is the Kindred Communications Gridiron Network.
Trey, you've got to get it together.
No matter where you are in life, Mount West Community and Technical College, it's a step toward your future.
Trey, welcome to Mount West.
We provide the hands-on support you need with classes that fit your life.
Nice job, Trey.
At Mount West, we know you by name.
Trey Matthews.
Because here, you're more than just a number. Mount West Community and Technical College. Because you matter here.
Mr. Cooper, we have an emergency at a middle school.
Thank you. Board office, will you activate the crisis team? This is not a drill.
Bill Cornwell and Danny Mayo back at Bob Seng Stadium. Huntington 22, Martinsburg 20. Martinsburg going for 2. Danny, this is the game right here possibly. And they're going to run a reverse. Throwing in the back of the end zone and is unsuccessful. Throwing that pass was Ty Ricketts, and it was intended for Kalia Villa, and they could not make the connection, Danny.
It was there. He just dropped it.
Okay, it's going to come down to this. Kickoff coming up. It's too early to onside kick, 5:35, but the ball game is in the hands of either Huntington being able to ground out this game or the Martinsburg defense making a stop, making a hold, and giving their team, who, again, is on fire right now offensively, giving them a chance to get down in the scoring position.
I would much rather be on the Highlanders side having the 2-point lead and the football than I would be on the Martinsburg side, because now you're looking at, you got to come up with 3 big stops.
And a big situation here, I think, for Tavion Wilson, the Huntington quarterback, because great athlete though he is, Division I prospect though he is, he's not the most experienced quarterback.
No, he's not.
And so a lot of judgment having to be made here, a lot of big decisions. And, athletically he can handle it, but mentally can he handle it? That's a big thing. So that's a big test for him here.
It sure is.
And this Huntington team, can they grind out a win against Martinsburg? Cody Page ready to kick it off. And Andreas Reese is deep for Huntington. Kick is back, and Reese has got to get it. He gets it at about 13. He is on the run, but he is stopped pretty quickly by the coverage team for Martinsburg, and not the best field position for Huntington. They're going to put the ball down at the 21.
And he did what he had to do right there. It was just much better coverage by the special teams unit for Martinsburg.
Most important, he protected the ball. He wasn't loose with it. Ball security, as they say. So 1st and 10 at the 21, 5:28 to left. Huntington leading Martinsburg 22-20. Both teams have 2 timeouts left in the game. Tavion Wilson with the handoff, and a big-time run for the Highlanders, Dante Newsom. Dante Newsom gets the ball ahead to the 30-yard line, and that is a gain of 9. Boston Todd made the stop, but that is the kind of start of a drive that Billy Seals and Huntington looking for.
It's a great start for momentum for them.
And let's just see how they use the play clock too, Danny, because I think they're in a little slower mode here.
I would be shocked if they snap it with anything over 5 seconds.
So again, it is Newsom in the backfield with Tavion Wilson. And it's another handoff to Newsom, and he's over the 35 to the 36, gain of 6. First down, Huntington.
And there at the end, Bill, what you don't want to see as a coach, even though the ball was blown dead, the ball came loose. Protect the football.
Yep. Don't get loose with it. Hold it like you're holding a baby.
Protect the rock.
Protect the rock. 1st and 10 at the 36, clock running. 4:20 left in the game. Huntington trying to hold on to this one and get a big win against Martinsburg. Again, it's Newsom and Wilson. Another carry by Newsom. He doesn't have as much room this time. He still gets about 1.5 yards, I think, Danny.
Yeah, they did a great job that time of creating a stalemate there inside, and there wasn't a whole lot for him to run through.
Getting a little excited there at the end of the play there. Looks like Martinsburg was trying to rip the ball out, and I think some of the Huntington players took a little offense to it.
Yeah, it looks like it. And it looks like Ricketts is upset about something from Martinsburg.
So looks like
don't want to do anything stupid.
Yeah, don't give Huntington 15 yards. At this point, you'd be putting them in Martinsburg territory. So 2nd and 9 coming up, 37-yard line. And here's Newsom. And Newsom didn't necessarily have the best handoff there by Wilson, but he does grab it and gets up to the 41. So about 4 yards there. That's going to make a 3rd and 5 play coming up.
Big third down play for both teams.
Highlanders need to get up to the 46. So it's 3rd and 5. We are at under 3 minutes left in the game. Again, each team has 2 timeouts. Huntington leading Martinsburg 22-20. So does Huntington maintain possession here, or they're going to have to boot the ball away? It's Newsom in the backfield, and Wilson's got to carry it, and he is going to be stopped short. He got to about the 43. So he's going to be about 3 yards short, Danny, and And that's an easy decision. The Highlanders are going to punt. They're going to put the ball closer to the 44. Now, pressure on Bennett Weimer. He needs to, instead of kicking the ball straight in the air like he did the last time he punted, he needs to bomb one.
We need distance right now.
So the Bulldogs take their second timeout. They got one left, 2:31 remaining. So they're going to have to, especially if they have a long field, they're going to have to be quite judicious with their clock management.
Well, I know that probably the reason that Coach Walker called the timeout was to preserve the time that's left on the clock. But you've also got to wonder in the back of your mind, does he have some type of special play for a block here?
I would not be surprised. This would be the time that you would definitely go for it on a block. Got to make something happen.
Well, Huntington's got their offensive unit back on the field.
Wow.
Are they going to try to draw them off sides, or are they going to actually use it?
So it is Wilson, and that did Martinsburg jump there? It looks like they did.
Yeah.
Wow. And of course, the Martinsburg players are pointing toward Huntington, and we just had another big thing of lightning there. And we're talking about it. We're talking about it here. And they're saying offside Martinsburg. And these Martinsburg players are not happy. They are not happy. But it's Huntington first down. It should be at the 49. They got to mark it off here. Here we go. And they're going to put the ball at the 49. That's right.
Milk the clock. Take the play
and
clock
again,
all the way
Martinsburg's got one timeout left, and unfortunately for them, because of that penalty, they wasted the timeout that they used. And now play clock's running, and Huntington is in no hurry to get to the line of scrimmage, Danny, as we are heading toward the 2-minute mark. Of course, we don't have a 2-minute warning or a 2-minute timeout in high school ball, and now we have the officials call a timeout. I don't think this is a called timeout here. Or they did. Well, let's see what the officials say.
Does the clock start on the snap because there was a penalty?
Well, probably. You know what, Danny? That's a good point because remember, that was coming out of a timeout.
Yeah.
Clock should have stopped, I think. So that's exactly, they're redoing they're going to redo the clock. So the clock should be put back to about, what?
2:31.
2:31. So we're going to go back to 2:31, which that is correct. That was a good catch, although I'm sure that the side judge over there was hearing it from the Martinsburg coaching staff.
Yeah, he had Coach Walker all in his back pocket.
In his ear. And that's what coaches need to do. You know, you got to advocate for your guys.
Yes.
So it's 1st and 10 at the 49, Huntington, and 2:31 left. And here's Wilson, and he takes another dive, and he about got loose. Here's a first down for Huntington over midfield down to the 41, 10-yard gain. First down, Huntington.
And
now the clock runs.
Wind it.
One timeout left for Martinsburg. And again, Huntington needs to milk this play clock, guys. They got to milk this play clock. And I love the fact we've just seen some lightning, but I think we're going to finish this.
We've been seeing lightning.
We're going to finish this thing one way or the other. Wilson on 1st and 10 at the Martinsburg 41, running it again. He's loose. He gets about 5 yards down to the 36. Martinsburg, you going to use that last time out? Can't take it back to the Eastern Panhandle with you.
I can't understand why he didn't.
Well, it's kind of an impossible situation, though, because it's still second down. 2nd and 5. Now, again, here so far, we asked the question about Tavion Wilson. He has answered the question.
He's responded.
Between he and Newsom, they're doing the job here, and Huntington is playing a winning drive, winning football here. We're getting close to the minute mark. Again, it's 22-20, Huntington over Martinsburg, 2nd and 5, ball on the 36. And it's another Wilson play. He doesn't have anywhere to go. He gets about a yard.
Now,
and Huntington, Martinsburg does call the final timeout. Ball's at the 35 as the clock stops at 1:02 remaining. That is Martinsburg's last timeout, trailing Huntington 22-20. Again, these two teams back in action next week. Martinsburg's back home, taking on Washington, D.C. team, a traditional opponent for the Bulldogs, H.C. Woodson. And it is a rivalry game up here on Highlander Mountain next Friday night at 7:30 as the Spring Valley Timberwolves, who right now look like they're on their way to victory at Parkersburg, will be here to take on the Highlanders. And there will be a bunch of folks here.
Matter of fact, that is a final from Parkersburg. Spring Valley won 30-20 tonight.
Congratulations to Brad Dingus and the Timberwolves, who struggled mightily at George Washington in week 1 a week ago from last night. Well, anytime you go up to Stadium Field to win, it's sweet. And actually, to be honest with you, Danny, in recent visits up there, Spring Valley's done pretty well.
I was getting ready to say, I think overall in the series,
Spring Valley's big time.
Yeah.
in the lead, big time. So 3rd down and 4 coming. Ball at the 35. No timeouts left for Martinsburg. Huntington has it. Let's see if Tavion Wilson keeps it again, and he is going to roll out. And he has nowhere to go, but he takes a knee to just keep the clock running.
Stay in play.
So it's going to be 4th down, and it's actually going to be 4th down and about back to 4th and 11. But the clock keeps running. And matter of fact, they can run it down right now to about 14 seconds, Danny.
And I'm sure Coach Seals will.
Well, and does Huntington, they'll run it down, then take a timeout. They have 2 left. And, and I think it's because they'll send the offense back out again. I really believe
they'll have one more chance.
They'll have one more.
You mean Huntington?
I mean Huntington. Well, I think they'll send there's the timeout. So it's 12 seconds left, 4th and 11. Huntington uses timeout number 2.
Well, they got a delay of game called on them.
Maybe they should have used that timeout earlier. Well, maybe they're going to give them. Well, they do call that. And Kenny Hand's got to put the ball into play as Huntington sends out.
Okay, now
they still have they've got the offense. They've got Tavion Wilson deep, really deep.
Well, I was going to say, what do you do?
They're going to let him kick, maybe. I don't know. He is deep, and he's going to take the snap, and he is going to punt.
Oh, it's blocked,
and it was blocked, but it didn't go very far. 7 seconds left, and that's it. So,
which will give
one, maybe two plays.
2 shots at the end zone, maybe.
That's it. So, Martinsburg's going to have their chance here. No timeouts left, trailing 22-20. 7 seconds left. Let's see if quarterback Brian Dick can cause a miracle to occur here. I mean, there are good athletes on this Martinsburg team that can make plays and that can make this happen should they need to. They may just do they've got 4 wide receivers on the right side. Well, they bring one to the backfield and one to the left. Well, they are 4 wide. This might be it. End zone. And it's Dick rolling, throwing to the end zone. And the pass is incomplete. That is the game, and the Huntington Highlanders have done it. They didn't score a point in the second half. There were only points scored by Martinsburg, But a big win for the Highlanders, beating traditional power Martinsburg 22-20. Highlanders 1-1 on the season, and Martinsburg falls to 0-2. And they have that long bus ride back to the Eastern Panhandle with an 0-2 record, and got a lot of questions to ask about, especially the way that they came out tonight. But, hey, give it to the Highlanders, especially the fact that they ate the clock there at the end of the game and put this away, even though they didn't score. Give them credit. And that's just a big win for the Highlanders, and they needed that coming into this big rivalry game with Spring Valley next week. So quality win for Huntington High and for Coach Billy Seals. Big time. And we'll talk a little bit more about it. We're going to take a break, have a few final thoughts here. 22-20. Huntington defeats Martinsburg at Bob Sang Stadium. A huge win for Huntington. And we'll be back for a few final comments here on the Kindred Communications Gridiron Network.
Digital and the Marshall Health Orthopedics High School Sports Network proudly present live high school football, presented by the Marshall Sports Medicine Institute and sponsored by the City of Huntington Highway Safety Program and Jason Elkins State Farm.
Planning for a funeral is never easy, and selecting the right mortuary can be important. Family owned and operated for over 6 decades, our family has helped other families going through the most difficult time. Chapman's Mortuary and Crematory can help you plan arrangements today or offer a pre-need funeral plan in line with your intimate wishes. And now, we provide Huntington's only on-site crematory. Call us for a free consultation. Chapman's Mortuary and Crematory, serving the tri-state for over 60 years.
Everything begins with water. From our cool mountain springs to the winding streams working their way through the hills and into our rivers. Just like water, progress starts small, with a vision, a plan, and an impactful project. Because when we invest in the foundation, we build stronger communities. The Thrasher Group. Building stronger communities together with you.
Did you know when you send or receive a text message, you take your eyes off the road for 5 seconds? At 55 miles per hour, it's like driving more than the length of a football field, blindfolded. As a result, thousands of people die every year in crashes related to distracted driving. That's why law enforcement is cracking down on people who text or use their cell phones while driving. We would rather you cross the goal line alive.
Law enforcement officers write tickets to save lives.
Don't text and drive.
It's me, Wednesday Addams. My meal of misfortune is now at Wendy's. It's pure torture with uniquely excruciating dips of dread. Enjoy the anguish.
Score big this fall with GoMart. Every Saturday through the end of October, GoMart Rewards members earn triple points on all purchases. And while you rack up on rewards points, be sure to scan the QR code in-store for more ways to win. Each scan is a chance to score the ultimate tailgating package with a $200 GoMart gift card, tailgating supplies, and more. GoMart is your hookup for the football season. Visit the GoMart app or GoMart.com to learn more. GoMart is the official convenience store of WVU Athletics.
Well, Bill Cornwell and Danny Mayo back at Bob Sang Stadium at Huntington High School. And it wasn't a Picasso, and it wasn't pretty, but it was a dandy game, 22-20. Huntington comes away a winner over the Martinsburg Bulldogs. And anytime, Danny, these teams from the extreme ends of the state get together, it's always interesting.
And if I'm not mistaken, last year when Martinsburg beat Huntington, didn't it come down to the end of the game and a 2-point conversion?
Matter of fact, I was reminded of that by by my good buddy Ronnie Smith, who's assistant coach for the Highlanders, and he said it's just the same as last year.
Same as last year.
But this time Huntington comes away with the win, and they again much needed win. They got a big rivalry game next Friday night, 7:30, against the Spring Valley Timberwolves. While Martinsburg makes the long trip home now, 0-2, but they got a home game with DC school H.D. Woodson, who has played Martinsburg for a long time. Of course, it's not that long of a trip to D.C., between D.C. and Martinsburg, and so they'll do battle next week. But this was much needed by Huntington, much needed good quality win. This kind of gives them the confidence that, I'm sure that they were lacking after that loss last week down in Kentucky to that Tennessee Power and being shut out. But these are teams that everybody in the state is paying attention to. These are two teams that when they get together, everybody is saying, "What's that score? Let's just check out that score." And as far as some interesting parts of this game, it really delivered. Again, it wasn't beautiful, but it was entertaining. It was competitive, and you did see some guys really stand out, Danny. I'm really impressed with this junior quarterback from Martinsburg, Brian Dick. He showed us more with his legs than with his arm that he can really get it done, and he has some good guys. Boston Todd was a really impressive guy for them tonight. Huntington, of course, we already knew what Tavion Wilson could do. I mean, the guy is just a stud athlete, headed to Clemson to play football as a wide receiver, but he got some outstanding help tonight. Dante Newsom in the backfield did a great job. Trayvon Okonkwo, another guy who was a real standout for Huntington, and Andreas Reese, both catching a couple of passes, but in the return game, he basically set the tone for this game tonight, because when he almost took one to the house on the opening kickoff. So, those guys just really were really entertaining tonight. So the Highlanders get her done, and we'll look forward to next week. And it'll be entertaining when the Timberwolves come here. And as we said, good luck getting a seat, because you better come early, especially if you're on the Spring Valley side. There aren't that many seats, and they always pack it. And, in fact, a lot of them will be over here on the Huntington side. But 2 weeks in on West Virginia high school football, I think, Danny.
Well, I tell you, like you said earlier, Coach Seals and his staff did a tremendous job of getting his kids prepared.
They turned it around.
I did see, where in the Martinsburg-Camden game last week, the Camden coach said, "I didn't even tell my players much about Martinsburg. I didn't want to give them any preconceived notions there about what was coming in."
Yeah.
And, Huntington and Martinsburg, there's no secrets. They know each other. They've played enough. And as you said before, they are the two programs that people want to mimic.
They each have their style. They each have their brand.
Yes, they
do. We Martinsburg's always got athletes, always got speed. They always got guys that can make plays. Huntington is a team that does the same, but they rely a little bit more maybe on their defense and doing things
always
that way.
have.
And always have. And of course, that's Billy Seals' stock and trade. So they look more like themselves, although they did give up a lot of yards tonight. But hey, Martinsburg gave up a lot of yards too. These teams were, when they were really rocking, they were going up and down this field constantly. So exciting. Huntington gets the job done, and we will move on to week 3 of West Virginia high school football. Danny, it was a lot of fun. We've been working together on and off for years, and it was good getting back together tonight. And we got to see a good one. We thank our crew from Video Productions, Butch Mounts and the gang for their great job always. And my buddies, my co-workers at Kindred Communications do a lot of the sales for this and so forth. So we had a good evening, and we're glad we got it on. Mother Nature allowed us to get it done. So thank you for your work. Thanks to the crew for all their good work. We're going to say goodbye from Bob Sang Stadium, one line at a time. Huntington Highlanders 22 and the